maybe I'll see if I can get some select a local brand. I still got room for a place to build very cheap school.
Bring it in, Babine, we'll be all there. Yeah, because we're all on one bag. You guys gonna build a very cheap.
We're back on YouTube with us.
Okay.
Yeah, and all of that is from ESI.
And that's a door prize?
Yeah, this is one.
One?
Yeah. And then we're gonna. You can mix it up. You can do.
Okay.
You can do $100 first, and then maybe this traditional basket because it's a bit smaller,
Yeah.
and this one maybe second best.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 3 100s and 2 traditional baskets, so 5.
Five. Okay. Sounds good. Do you want to do the small traditional basket and one $100 prize
Sure.
to bring them back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's got the wheel ready.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm gonna bring it up offline.
Seeing anything?
Toilets.
Okay. Right. But if he doesn't, I will. Okay. Already gave. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. So we'll lose it again. Yeah. Okay. But we're trying to keep it just a question, right? So, but we'll try to keep them. I know how it is. Good. Thanks, Dan. Yeah.
We'll see what something else comes.
See, didn't we have something online for questionnaires for apartments?
I think so.
I wonder if they can have that available.
They have it.
Oh, yeah.
They have it.
They got the papers for if you have questions. They'll make sure each department gets it. That's there, yeah.
Word at the art sitting right beside
Yeah.
his young book.
Good to go.
I told I need to go to
No door prize?
Okay, we'll do 2 door prizes in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Duck cleaning tie
The ducks are tired, so we're doing a wheel.
Yeah, they buy it with their money. Okay, the guys are going to leave the key or something. Yeah, give them 10, 20%.
they brought out 2 trays of nawas.
Oh, did they? I didn't know.
Joke na yo. Lasted like 2 seconds.
So you got to get yeah.
I like it. Thank you, baby. You gotta do that. Bring it up. Thank you. Sorry, bringing up theirs, but you're doing a good job.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I did hear David twice.
Okay, I will. Thank you, David. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll probably
my budget. Switch gears because of this. So I'll just tell them I put 80% at market. I think it's 66640 at market.
Bless you.
We'll do that.
We'll calm down here. I'll call them.
I'll have a yogurt.
One with oats or plain?
One with oats, please.
No, that's some of maybe members I don't see it.
Yeah, I think they're all on time.
They,
We are looking for three for here.
well, even the two here are probably good enough. The ones from Babine.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
To save on the cost and stuff. Newman never answers. The other is Brendan's. I don't see John Asper.
Well, he's in for Babine. Back on the cliff.
Oh.
Sorry everybody online, you didn't want to hear the door prizes anyways. Okay? Okay, we're gonna go straight into housing. Thank you for everybody's patience with us, and we caught up. We got you guys snagged. We know housing is a hot topic. We want to give that time. I want to remind everybody of our rules of being respectful and making sure it's no personnel or confidential issues or questions, okay? If we have time, we will go questions, but if we don't, I'm sure Dan and the crew are here to answer any questions and you guys can come see them. So I'm going to introduce Babine, housing portfolio holder, and he'll introduce the housing team.
Hello again. I have the housing portfolio for Wayene and the rest of the communities. I'd like to introduce Dan, who's been working hard at renovating the houses, getting funds for the houses, and he will introduce the housing committee team and the hard-working LBM maintenance team here. Really proud of these guys. They go out in the late hours when you get a call to fix the problem or the situation. But I'll introduce here Dan George. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to see a lot of people are wearing their pink shirts today because it's anti-bullying day today. And hopefully everybody is respectful to each other and everybody at this meeting. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Jerry Tom is one of our plumbers that I hired on because Tony had a hip surgery. Antoine, who's one of our machine operators who does a really good job and really organized. Rodney, who's our head carpenter. Cheyenne is part of my housing committee. Also Chantel Tom is also my housing committee. And Kenny from Tachet's part of my housing committee. Wayne Johnson. And we're missing 2 people from Fort Babine. We're looking for a couple more people from Fort Babine to join our housing committee so that we can work on all this stuff. And Craig Patrick, who's also one of our members, and he's kind of training in the plumbing area. Tony's also here, and Bernadette. Even though she went over to finance, she still helps a lot in doing our programs for us, and I thank her very much for that. In our housing department, and I'm Dan George. I've been working in housing for 25 years or so. I worked for Lake Babine back in 2006 to 2010 for 4 years until I became a counselor and I could not do my job here anymore. So I had to resign off of Lake Babine. So I did get fired. I didn't leave on bad terms or anything. And I came back 3 years ago as they asked me I should apply. So I wasn't working at the time, so I did apply, and I'm back in Lake Babine again. This is my 3rd year. We're doing a lot of renovations on all 3 reserves right now. We're going to talk about home ownership first of all, because we get a lot of calls that people say, I own this house and we own this house. There seems to be some misconceptions on the homes on reserve. Renting a house is not ownership. It's a legal right to stay in that residence as long as you keep up with the rent. So if you own your own home, you got to pay for everything yourself. You don't own the housing department. If you need a new roof, you got to put out $8,000 and get your roof redone. We're doing metal roofs in Fort Babine, and we're looking at over 20 grand a roof to do metal roofs. But I believe it's better because Fort Babine's been evacuated from fires the last couple of years. So if we have metal roofs, it's usually the embers from the fire that drop on these asphalt roofs and create houses that burn down. So eventually we're going to have all the houses with metal roofs in Fort Babine because it prevents fires, and also doing hardy plank siding that's fireproof because it's a cement board. There are some subsidy units in on the reserves, and what that means is the homeowner got money from ISK to build a house. But ISK used to only give you $30,000, and it costs a lot more than $30,000 to build a house. So people say they own those houses, but where did the rest of the money come from? Did the membership get their own loans? I myself, on Burnside Band, I built my own house. I got my own loan. I got the ISK subsidy too, but the land's not CP to me. A certificate of possession is when the band gives you the land also. So you own the land and the house. But once that happens, ISK considers that encumbered land, so you get no funding at all from ISK anymore, that house. So everything that needs to be done to that house, you got to pay for it yourself. And none of this has been done. No CPs on any of the lands in the Lake Babine reserves, as far as I know. We have tenants' responsibility. So tenants are responsible for the general maintenance, cleaning, minor repairs, and replacement for a rental home, which includes window cleaning. I get a lot of calls for window cleaning. I know I say this every year, so I just have to say it again. Windows, especially if you have vinyl windows, you can clean the mold off. The mold is dust in your house that sticks to the window. You get lots of moisture in your house, and that dirt just slides down to the bottom, and you always have a little bit of black mold on the bottom and black dirt at first, but you can clean it off. Another thing you can do is pull your window out. If you have your window, open it halfway, lift it up and pull the bottom out, and you can pull that window out and clean it right out. There's also a little plastic gliding strip at the bottom. You can pull that off and clean that off also. So those windows are cleanable. It's the wood ones that are hard ones that don't clean. Don't use Windex and a lot of cleaning products on your windows, because that actually eats out the seals on them because of the harsh chemicals that are in it. Just use soap and water, especially for mold, and because mold is a moisture problem in your house. If you have under 60% relative humidity in your house, you will not grow mold. If your moisture levels get over 60%, then mold will grow. So whenever you get any leaks or standing water anywhere, that's what elevates your moisture relative humidity. So in order to get that down, you need to open your windows and doors. In the wintertime, it'll dry your house back out. Also, lots of clothes on the concrete floors. Concrete naturally wicks a lot of water. So if you have lots of clothes on your floor, that'll elevate your moisture level to get over 60%, which creates mold. So it's a matter of managing where all these water issues come from to help your mold problems. Monitoring and wiping up moisture as it happens, and make sure you call the housing department if you have any water problems. Ensure indoor air quality is maintained and your vents are cleared. Especially bathrooms, that's where all the molds always happen. And I know a lot of these houses on Sus and all the new houses have a central exhaust system, But when we're renovating the houses, we're putting bathroom pans in each floor and getting rid of that central exhaust because it just does not take out enough moisture. And another problem with that, how you create the mold problem, is closing that door right after you have a shower and leaving that moisture sitting there and ferment. And you will get mold after a while. Like anywhere you have, just like in my bathroom, I had an old fan in there and it was vented the wrong way, but I replaced that years ago. But due to the cold spot in there, hot hits cold, you will get moisture. And those cold spots with missing insulation create moisture. And then the dust in the house sticks to it, and that creates the mold problem. But you can wash them off before they become a mold problem. First they become a dirty spot. Just like seeing every truss you have in your house, because they're the weak spot, because your truss is only 3.5 inches high. So woods only are 1 per inch. So you only get R 3.5 there. And in between each truss is our 40 insulation. So those are your weak spots. And those weak spots create mold problems. But they can be cleaned up before they become big problems. Clean them up when they're small. Keep them small. Fix the moisture problems. Ensure indoor quality is maintained just by opening a window occasionally and let everything vent out. Cleaning appliances, furnaces, and other mechanical equipment, especially furnaces. We find that when you don't clean out your filters regularly, it plugs up, and then the air doesn't go through your heat exchanger in your gas furnaces. Especially here, when you have gas furnaces, and it burns out your heat exchanger inside the furnace. Once you get a crack in your heat exchanger, carbon monoxide will start leaking into your house, which is a deadly gas that'll kill you in your sleep. So cleaning those filters are very important. Replacing your filters regularly is very important. It also makes your furnace last a lot longer. For a new high efficient gas furnace right now, we're looking at about $12,500 to replace. And I know Tachette and Fort Babine have electric furnaces, but that's the same thing. They'll burn them out if you don't replace the filters regularly. Yeah. Garbage removal, putting garbage that is in for collection and sealed. Making sure your exterior vents where your furnaces are clear. All the vents on the exterior of your house, those are sucking air in and pushing air out, so they need to be cleaned occasionally. Yard cleanup, weed and maintenance, including removal of old vehicles, appliances, and other junk. Keeping septic tank free from other debris, brush, and weeds, and ensuring the vegetation doesn't spill into adjacent roads. Yard cleanup is very important, not just because it makes everything look good, but you get rodents like mice and rats that can hide in the grass. So that those rodents will get into your house because you can't see them because they hide in the tall grass. So it's very important to keep your yard cleaned up also, and especially wood against your house, like firewood. Being in the fire department for 16 years, firewood is like fire loading your house. It's more energy to start the fire and burn your house down a lot quicker. And plus, a lot of the dry wood's got insects and different stuff in there that can get under your siding and into your house also. So it's better off to have it away from your house a bit. Clean the eaves troughs, gutters during the fall season, keeping fire hydrants, gas and hydrometers clear of obstruction. Proper disposal of hazardous flammable materials like oil, gas, antifreeze. I know Yvette's got programs removing all the old vehicles, and she pays $300, I believe, for removing some of the old vehicles. So it's good to get rid of them, but then they got to drop the oil out of them, take the antifreeze out of them, so that you're not causing environmental damages. Snow removal from your driveway and porch is up to the homeowners also. I know I get Antoine to go do the elders' driveways because that's just the right thing to do and help the elders out. Supplying and changing faucets for faucet washers. That's when you have leaks in your taps and stuff. Supplying and repairing loose screws or on things such as cupboards and towel racks. These are all homeowners' responsibilities, not the housing departments. This stuff you should be able to do on your own. Replacing light bulbs, ensuring that baseboard heaters, stoves, and other fire hazards are clear of clutter, garbage, and flammable materials. The minimum requirement beside your wood stove is 2 feet. If you have a non-certified wood stove, then it's 4 feet away. That you got to keep flammable materials away from your stove. So ensure that your wood's not piled right against your stove or close to your stove. Small floods from toilets are also homeowners' responsibility. I've got a housing package over there in the bucket. I've got a plunger, toilet bowl, brush, a bunch of cleaning products, garbage bags and stuff is our gift for after we're done our housing. We're going to give it out. So winterization of the rental home. It's like when you own your own home, you need to clean up your stuff that's outside and put it away for the winter so you can find it next year and it's still in good condition. Maintaining air conditions. Minor repairs and upkeep that don't require special skills. Promptly reporting any damage or maintenance issues to the housing department as responsible, or that a tenant cannot address the housing department. Even if you're renting a house off reserve and somebody wrecks your door, your landlord's going to make you fix it, not the housing department. So your responsibilities are a lot more, even though we do fix a lot of those. But if you're off reserve, it'd be all on you to fix all this stuff. Common problems, we are continually fixing plumbing blockages due to pouring grease down the sinks. Grease needs to be put in a container, not dumped down the sink. As it hardens, it's hard to unblock the clog. Because the grease gets really hard, just like rock. Furnace filters need to be changed regularly. Ensure the furnace runs efficiently. Does your furnace make a lot of noise when when you turn it off? It's usually when you turn your furnace on, it'll suck. If your filters are dirty, it'll suck your furnace in. And when your furnace turns off, it'll go boom as it comes back out because the suction of it's creating that because of dirty furnace filters. Bathroom fans, the cover needs to be cleaned occasionally. If it's plugged and it can't get the moisture out. A lot of those screens you just pop down and there's a couple clips you just undo and you can take it off and clean it. Also, a lot of the motors too. I just cleaned mine, which was totally disgusting because my motor is almost plugged up totally. But you can, with one screw, you can pull that motor out, you just unplug it, and you can pull that whole motor out and you can clean it out. Can you adjust the screen a bit? So before we get into this, I'd also like to talk, I know I wasn't looking after the there's supposed to be fourplex and the sixplex in Fort Babine, but due to the constraints of the land, there's a fourplex and 2 3plexes there. But according to the rules from, we applied from BC Builds, from BC Housing, to access money to build those projects. And according to them, we need to have 80% at market value. So renting those units out is going to be 80% at market value, which is 6 units, and 4 units at 20% below market value. But my argument with BC Builds is that our market value cannot be the same as Smithers. There's no way that our market value could be the same as a 2-bedroom house in Smithers, which is probably $1,500 or more. But I got them down to $640. It'll be our market value for the 3-bedroom house, I should say, because these units are 2 and 3 bedroom. And some of them are wheelchair accessible, because we thought about the elderly, that they'll need somewhere totally wheelchair accessible, so we made units wheelchair accessible. And they're 2 bedrooms, so that if they need a caregiver to be with them, they have a room there too. But the bathroom, everything is wheelchair accessible, wheel into the shower units and everything. So in each community, there's 10 units, and they're new units, and we got mortgages on them. So everybody that moves in there needs to pay rent. So we're getting into some bylaws now that we've been working on for the last couple of years. So we're looking at public safety and community peace. There are some other policies people should keep in mind. Lake Babine Nation will take steps to protect the peace of the community, the safety of the community, and maintain the assets of the community. Someone privileged to live in Lake Babine Nation home may be limited or revoked, and there are rules that allow that. One of those documents is the disorderly conduct or nuisance bylaw. It specifies that the bylaw officer or the RCMP or any other peace officer can take action on these sorts of behaviors. Disorderly conduct means any act or behavior that disrupts the public order on the reserve, including but not limited to, is fighting is one, making or causing unreasonable noise, like partying and having the music blaring all night. Usually there's a time to be quiet, like after 11 o'clock, and it lets your neighbors and everybody else sleep that needs to work the following day. Using abusive language, using offensive or indecent gestures or displays, consuming alcohol, drugs, and illegal substances in public places. This is all what is called disorderly conduct. Being drunk under the influence of an illegal substance in a disorderly manner, loitering, exposing, firing, or discharging any gun, pistol, or other firearm, or using or threatening to use any other article as a weapon, or interfering in any manner with the orderly conduct of commercial, administrative, educational, recreational, healthcare, religious, or ceremonial activities on reserve. Any behavior that may from time to time be specified by council. It also lists a number of actions that constitute nuisance, which can also be dealt with in the interest of public safety and peace. Nuisance means any activity or condition that takes place on reserve, which substantially not unreasonably infers that with a person's use and enjoyment of the land, adversely affects the person's health, comfort, or convenience, or adversely affects the public health, safety, or welfare of the Lake Babine community. Without limiting, the general of the foregoing nuisance includes the following: abandoning cars, household appliances, furniture, or other parts thereof. Storing, dumping or storing of tires, garbage, or other refuse. I know tires are a big one, because you can't get rid of them really, unless you take them up to the tire shop, and then you got to pay them to leave them there. Even though they charge you an environmental fee when you buy new tires. Burning tires. Tires are very toxic. Being on the fire department, some of the most toxic substances there are tires and foams. Like if you burn up a couch, the foam in your couch is very toxic, just like carpets. They're some of the most toxic stuff. If you breathe it in, you're going to have lung problems. So don't burn any of those, because smoke will go to your neighbor's place and everywhere else, and they'll breathe it in. Ceremonial activities on reserve that disrupts public order on the reserve, scandalizes the community, or causes public discharge of potentially noxious substances into the air or water. Driving or parking heavy vehicles in residential areas, other than for short periods of time, for the purpose of delivering goods and materials to a resident. Making or causing any noise or sound which disturbs or tends to disturb the quiet, peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, or convenience of the public and neighborhood, and members or persons in the vicinity. Create noxious or unpleasant smells. Vandalism include removing, defacing, destroying, mutilating, or in any manner whatsoever damaging or attempting to damage land, structures, or property. Inferring in any matter with the disorderly conduct of commercial, administrative, educational, recreational, healthcare, religious, or inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm. Committing 3 or more false alarms in the same premises within a 12-month period, or failing to control dangerous or unruly animals of any kind. So I know that's a big one about animals. And under the bylaw, we can apprehend those animals. LBN has the right, and as does the judicial system, to impose fines, recoup related costs, even put people in prison per the violations specified in the policy, as well as Criminal Code of Canada and other laws. So it's not only Lake Babine's bylaw, but there's federal laws that are required here also. So another document of high importance of the Lake Babine Nation Residency and Trespass bylaw. This one here is a lot more complex. There needs to be a lot of work done to get into the residency and trespass bylaw, because we need to make different committees according to this bylaw. that it's not just a bylaw officer, it's I'm thinking that maybe elders and hereditary chiefs and other people to sit on this committee, because that sets the rules and specify that serious infractions like indictable offenses, family violence, credible complaints from neighbors and others. If things like that happen, hearings can happen in the administrative level, and decisions can be made by leadership about where you live if you commit these infractions. So that won't be up to the bylaw officer, that'll be up to these higher level committees to decide these actions. If you want to see those policies, please contact me and I will provide you any document that might apply. Every effort will be made to post them on the newly renovated website when that is complete. So once we get all these committees together and everything is sorted out, they'll be posted for everybody to see. I'll ask my committee member, Cheyenne, to come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here. My name is Cheyenne Dennis. I have been with Housing Committee forever. We've taken a long walk here with Housing Committee. We really need people from Fort Babine on the committee right now. So if anybody out there wants to be in the committee, please, from Fort Babine, it's a shout out. The work we do here on the committee is we sit together and we talk about the policies and going through everything that we need to help support Dan. Our voice is a recommending voice. When we go through our meetings, we are really keeping the membership in mind because that's who we're working for. We're actually working for you as members, trying to keep our homes in our community safe, healthy, and habitable for the foreseen going. It's really hard in this position. You need a hard skin. You got a lot of people attacking you at all times, and it's nothing personal against anybody or one individual. It's really securing a healthy, safe place for our future children growing up. I understand, Garnet, that you said, hey, our fireplaces, when the electricity goes out in Old Fort, that's part of the things that we're discussing now, how to find the money to move forward, to go ahead and make those homes so when you do have the power go out in the rural communities that you have warm heat when we're going through winters and cold months. The other one was home ownership. There's place in the policy where you can reflect on what it would look like if a person wanted to own their home. When we were going through a lot of remediation and consultation for what that would look like, surprisingly, a lot of membership didn't want home ownership. They liked the fact that they don't have to replace the roof. They don't have to go in there and do the repairs of furnaces and appliances that come with the home. These are mandatory for everyday living. This is what housing is responsible, is for housing, not the everyday personal problems that we somehow numerically have to fix. When moving forward, I really appreciate the work that Dan has put into it. As a director, you have to look for the money. You have to really look at what needs to be done, what needs to be prioritized, and what the membership wants. He's really focused on finding the dollars to renovate. As you see in Old Fort or Tachet, Babine, and Wyoming, there's been a lot of shuffling around of houses where we're utilizing empty units to renovate other homes. Not everybody's going to get a renovated home right off the bat. We are looking towards who needs it first, what family needs a home, what we have there to utilize homing people. But when people take for granted of their home, and it has happened, we have a long membership. We have 2,600 people and not enough homes. That's the basis of it. In our communities, we really need to support each other and support our director and our council and walk with them and find opportunities so we can maintain an LBN budget-friendly housing. As you heard earlier, if we had to go by what ISK is asking us, 80%, $15,000 a month for rent for one of our units, we're doing pretty good. We're down to basic rent numbers, half that price. And we're actually maintaining the ability to move forward and renovate. Our budgets are approved by Chief and Council. They're looked at by Chief and Council, and we walk with Chief and Council. If we walk together and really focus on what's needed instead of pointing fingers, we can move together in a smooth path. I appreciate the ability to stand here and be truthful, just down hard facts. When it comes down to housing, we don't have enough homes. So as a community, can we support each other and really look at the better of the community for a healthy, safe perspective? We make hard choices up here for a reason. There are things that I reflect back and I think, did I do the right thing? And then I look at our community and our street now, and it's safe. My neighbors are safe. The kids that are getting on the bus are safe. The community is getting safer, and the homes are getting fixed. So I think we're doing good relative, and when we walk forward, I hope to see your support. Come to our committee meetings, make suggestions. Your committee team is here to support. If you want to come talk to us, we are here. We reflect back in our meetings that will be presented to Chief and Council. And when we speak to our directors, I really speak to him with thank you. Because if it wasn't for Dan coming forward and finding the funding for housing, we would still be swimming in mold in a lot of these homes. I would say it in the sideshow.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Also, I wanted to mention too that through Chief and Council's support for giving housing some money a couple years ago, we're doing over 30 renovations this year. And Child and Family gave me a bunch of money, so that was included. So there's a whole bunch of homes that were related to Child and Family. You need to have kids in your home. I understand that Child and Family is going to give me some more money this year to do some more renovations. But renovations cost a lot of money. The thing is, when we clean out the houses, we need family members to help each other. Not just let the contractors do it, because then we get complaints that they're taking this and they're throwing out this and they're throwing out that. But we need help from the home renters to help us clean it out, and they can keep whatever they want. But a lot of the stuff does need to go because it's not in very good shape. But the priority will be given to families that are paying rent. Because that's one of my priorities still, is get rent off all the members here. Because that supports me and my staff, and even our housing committee to keep running. Nothing runs for free, and all of our maintenance issues do not pay for themselves. So, especially in Fort Babine and Tadjet, like I keep saying, is we need more information when somebody has a problem. Like I say, some people say, oh, my furnace isn't working. But it's always third hand, so we don't talk to the homeowner exactly what's going on. We need to have that information from the homeowner. Because when they say my furnace isn't working, I talk to them, it's like, oh, it's blowing cold air. So your furnace is working. but it's blowing cold air. It's not working. So we need that information because especially in Fort Babine, Tachet, on the back of your furnace, there's a summer and winter switch. So in the summer, it just recycles air through your house. So, and then when it comes to the fall, it's like, how come it's not blowing hot air? It's because that switch is off in the back. It's very costly to send my crew to Fort Babine to turn on the switch or send an electrician down there. So we need that information from each community and the community members so that we can get it right. And when we go down there to fix something, we can bring the right parts. Because usually the story is totally different by the time we get there and we don't have the right parts, and that's not our fault. But we need the homeowners to call in and talk to us so that we can figure out exactly what's going on and what we need to bring to Fort Babine, Tachet. So that's pretty well my presentation. Thank you all for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Cheyenne, Fabian. You guys did awesome. I do have a few suggestions before we go to question and answer period. We do have 10 minutes for it. First of all, can I have a show of hands who live off reserve that don't live on reserve? Can I have a show of hands? You see them? Do you see those people that are living off reserve? I suggest you to talk to them. Okay? We have landlords, or if they have their own house, what's their responsibility? What if I didn't pay rent in Prince George? What's going to happen? Right? They don't care. They're going to kick me out now. Like, you got to pay rent. So I suggest you guys come talk to them. And those that are 60 years and older, can I have a show of hands? Show of hands at 60 years and older. You see them? They probably have wonderful stories of Nihonli, right? When they were growing up in Pelton Bay, Old Fort Babine, they had Nihonli. And they're the ones who looked after the community. They policed the people. I know it because I heard stories of these 60-year-olds running away from the Nihonli. They were hiding. But if you really think about what Nihonli was doing, they were protecting our community. They were keeping our community safe. They made sure everybody was in bed by 9 o'clock, right? Lights out, no music, right? Anything like that, right? So I suggest you to sit down with those members that experienced it. It's wonderful stories. I heard those stories. I enjoy those stories. Even though they're running away from them, it was fun to hear because they were making sure our communities were safe. So please go see them because that's what I was getting out of Dan's report was, we need to look after each other. Who's from Old Fort? Right? Who's been to Old Fort? They helped each other build those cabins. Right? Today we put fences up and all of this stuff. I remember growing up in Old Fort, we had 2 rooms. We had the kitchen and the main living area. That's all we needed. Now we have bedrooms, doors, privacy, all of this stuff, and wonder why our kids are bad. Right? There's too many privacy issues. And I was talking to somebody, I have a 15 and a 16-year-old. And they're like, oh my God, good luck. I'm like, I know. But, back in the old days, it was a good old days. But today is a different world and we just have to live with it. So I just wanted to share that a little bit. Thank you, Dan, again. That's what was coming out of my mind. I know I have to change my filter on my furnace. Because once my furnace starts shaking, I know I need to change the filter. It is building up, and it gets loud. And then once I change the filter, it's like smooth running. I don't hear anything. So just an example of what I got out of this. So we have a small list. I want to keep it to questions only. No stories. we know we could have a complaint department, we could do all of that stuff, but and stories, let's share that later. I want questions. So Dan can, like Dan said, you know, we don't want to say, oh, I heard your furnace is not working. It's like, you know, it goes down the line. We want to hear from the people, right from, you know, Dan, my furnace is not working, can you come and check it out? I'm not going to tell my sister Bernadette, who's Bernadette? I was like, he said Bernadette, I'm like, who's Bernadette? I'm like, oh, that's my sister, Bonnie. So, but anyways, right, I just want to go straight to Dan, for example. So please, let's keep it to only questions so we can get as many people. So if I go to one person and you guys are taking forever, I need to cut you off because there's others that want to ask too, right? And we need to be respectful. That's what I'm trying to get to. So I will ask Clarence, because Clarence hasn't talked very much. Steve, okay, we're gonna choose people that haven't talked much, okay? And I see Barry's hand up. Okay, thanks, Clarence.
I seen a house about subsidized. I'm one of those that own a subsidized house, which the government gave me so much money, and I borrowed the rest through CMHC, and then Ban office had to co-sign for me in order to get that house. But 15 years ago, I had to renovate, and I spent additional over $40,000 on my house. And what my question is that you said, like you got on there that you can't help the subsidized house, and I retired a couple of years ago and I'm on fixed income, and you brought in a furnace up there and it's still sitting there, it's not fixed yet. And another thing, a question is the rent. People paying rent. Like, I know for a fact that every members in this hall, like LBN members, they get $8,400 up in that ban office. And that's part of our treaty. And that's for housing and the government to look after our members. And so that money goes up there, and then you want rent on top of that. Is that right?
I know nothing about the $8,400 because housing does not get it.
Well, like right now, where we stand, if there's nobody living on that reserve, where's the money going to come from?
We're not treating them. We're not treating.
I think that's a political question for the
Well,
upper
you
later.
were a chief before, from Burns Lake Band, right?
Yes.
You should know that.
Yeah, but none of our houses are subsidized. We don't have subsidized unit. The only one on Burns Lake Band Reserve that owns their own house is myself, because I built it myself. I got my own mortgage, like you said, you got ministerial guarantee from the band office, but I paid it off myself probably 15 years ago, so my house is paid and clear.
Okay, that's all the questions I want to know. Thank you.
Cheyenne has an answer too.
When it comes down to subsidy housing in LBM, there has been in the past, like Clarence has said, people who have retained their own home through previous government relations. The housing, the renting that we're talking about are the new subdivisions that are made, the ones that are up in the new areas, on Patchett, Wyoming, the ones that 10 years ago when they said, hey, the mortgages are done. But to really keep going and building a work plan for the housing units to maintain, to be able to renovate and keep the other houses, the ones that aren't subsidy, the other 50, 60 houses out there that run under just strictly rent funding. We don't get any kind of rental income. We have to go look for it. That's why we have Fabian and Dan working together. They're the ones going out and looking for the money. The budgets that are put forth through the government, I haven't heard of the 84,000 either. 8,400? I'll look into it. I'll go look. I'll go look. Melvin always says the finances are open. We can go look with Melvin or whoever's in charge of the financing, because as a budget, our budgets are approved by chief and council. Every director knows that it goes forward. And it's always been putting forth the people with those eyes. And the rent collection itself is maintaining the progress. It's a business. We have to treat it like a business. If we don't have money coming in for rent, how are we going to renovate the homes out there? How are we going to buy the stoves for Tachet and Babine? The income coming in from rent is circulated back into the communities. It doesn't go anywhere else outside of our communities.
So back in the early 80s, like back on the early 80s, up on the res, did anybody pay rent?
In the early 80s, I wouldn't know. I wasn't part of the
I don't think
administration.
anybody paid rent. So what changed from the 80s to now?
30-year-old buildings, the need for renovations and better infrastructure, the progress of our communities, internet, community, high-speed everything now, cars. So much has changed since the 80s. We're in 2026. I was born 1974. In the 80s, I was 6 years old. So much has changed since the 80s. There's been new builds, there's been new progress within the housing. The housing in the 1980s, there was no housing. It was us as communities building homes. The difference is nobody helped me build my home in Old Fort. Very few of them stepped up. My late Uncle Tony, he came up and he helped me bring stuff out. We did it on our own. There was people that really stepped up and looked after each other in the 80s. Unfortunately, it's 2026, and everybody seems to just look after themselves. It's unfortunate. I was so proud here a couple months ago when I seen some of the elders going around with their truck and sanding everybody's driveway. That is what we have to bring back, I would say.
Thank you. Marilyn has an answer, and we want to keep it to housing. We're getting into historical stuff.
It's not really an answer, but just to help out the housing team. Back then in the 80s, there was hardly any rent collected. So LBN, we had mortgages as well, and LBN had to take from other programs to pay for these houses. And while we were doing that, housing has become a big, huge deficit. And this big, huge deficit is still there with us. So the more people pay rent, then your house can be maintained, because LBN pays for your insurance, pays for water and sewer. We make big payments to the village, water and sewer payments. And that includes street lighting, water and sewer. So housing paid a lot for our housing. That's the reason why they're really asking membership to pay for their rent, so we can pay part of the insurance, we can pay part of the MTSA. So we just finally got out of paying for the mortgage back then. I can't remember what year we finally paid it off. And our programs were starting to run the way they should be, because our mortgages was just killing us. So right now we're in the good, but housing has still this big, huge deficit, and they need to start paying it off. That's the reason why it's hard for them to start paying. hard for them to renovate these houses. So like Dan was saying, he has to go get some funds just to renovate your houses. Council have to approve of renovation funds. Prevention has to jump in when you have kids. So everyone's jumping in again because we've taken from the programs in the past to pay for our mortgages, which was, we had about 1 to 14 phases, 13 or 14 phases we had to pay off. And we finally paid it off, and now we're in the good. So I just thought I should help housing because I've been in finance, I've seen it, and it was exciting to know that we've paid off these phases. We went through a lot in accounting just for that, because of that. So just to let you know the history of that. Masaicho.
Awesome, thank you, Marilyn. And Dan, go ahead.
I just want to let you know that you are on my list to get your furnace fixed, but there's been so many floods and backups that there's other emergencies that needed to get done, but you are on my list. And I'd like to say too that Bernard used to look after housing when I worked here years ago. And back in 2010, I know that Bernard had it down to about 90% of people that were paying rent. And then I looked at the stats, and then it slowly declined because one person or two persons started not paying, and other people seen that, and then it just snowballed over the years. Now we got 80, 90 people that don't pay rent. But there was over 90% people that were in compliance. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Clarence. We just ran out of time for question and answer period. I'm sure Dan is here for lunch. Fabian's been here all week. So if you have any other questions for them, they're here. Please ask them. We will go straight into lunch, and in the afternoon we'll have the education report. So I'll ask Beatrice and Aaron to be ready. And then we have early childhood education, employment and training, and then we'll close the day. Go ahead.
Okay, and also I've been asked by the cooks if you could just line up on the one side of the table because the cooks will be serving on the other side. So just line up on this side of the table. And I've also been informed that Rita West will be collecting for Alec West Jr. They're really struggling right now being away from work and school. So if you could find it in your heart to help support Alec West Jr. and his family, they're really having a hard time right now while Alec's in the hospital. So if you'd like to donate to them, please go see Rita West. She'll be helping support that. So yeah, and again, just one side of the table.
Elders first. Elders and those with medical conditions. So if you see elders behind you, can you ask them to go ahead of you? I know there's some young people helping elders. Can you identify yourself and just let them know you're helping? Okay, we don't want our elders to get mad. If they are younger than you, please let them go ahead of you. Okay?
And also, we need somebody who will bless the food.
Oh yes.
Lucy, she'll bless the food for us.
Okay, Lucy will bless the food, so if we can take a quick second.
Hello. Everybody get on your knees. Hey, Bachaya Chadon Chapazik Pandoni. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for the food that we're about to eat. Make our body, mind, and soul strong. We thank you for the hands that made the food and all the people here. Lord, bless us, keep us in your prayer during Lent. And Lord, I pray for Alec Jr. and his family and for all the people that's lost loved ones. Protect us and guide us, I ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Bachaya Chadon Chabuzik Pandoni. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy.
looks like soup, eh?
Soup and sand. It looks like wraps.
Hopefully it's clam chowder again.
Yeah, that was too hot for me, but it was delicious.
Everything went okay yesterday, Russ?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
No, you're playing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Ted Ted. Hello with that. Okay. Yeah. It's unmuted. Hadi. Hadi. Derek McDonald says Hadi. Hadi. Hadi.
How does it go again? Not a chicken. Oh, Debbie's in here. Right there, Debbie. On the camera. Johnny, you need to start moving.
This person's in there too.
And here is our lunchtime entertainment.
Set up with
That's right. Eric said, way to go, boy. I'm saying, what was the?
Let's see.
Bear Clan.
Get up and dance, Luma. Hey, he's so annoying, his head.
Good dancing. Good dancing.
It's unmuted.
Not the case.
John, you can ask to dance. It's your John West.
Okay.
Okay.
John, stick.
I think they can hear you now.
Yeah, go ahead, John. Speaker.
Okay, now can you, oh, it's on now. It's on now.
Can we hear John? Hello?
Staying on the site,
Yeah.
it go, now they can hear us. Yeah, it keeps turning off. I don't know. See, that thing keeps turning off. I don't know how to keep it on. It just turns off automatically. I don't know why.
Okay.
There, you got it
Oh,
right there.
okay.
You guys need to stop unmuting your meeting.
You can hear John?
The winner is for $100.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dorothy Williams. Dorothy, are you still here?
Dodie.
Dorothy?
Dodie.
Wave if you're here. No?
I don't think so.
Oh, ah.
Don't see her.
You guys can say ah for her, okay?
Aww.
I know. I feel sorry for her too.
I can ask him.
But I feel happy for you because we can draw another draw. Okay? Go. Ronnie Alec. Ronnie Alec, are you still here, Ronnie? Ronnie.
How come ours is still not
Superstar
working?
Lloyd Abraham said, please go to A&W. It's anti-bullying day today. I don't think we need to sign these ones. I'm not sure. I'll ask Katie. I'll keep an eye out. That's probably a loaf of bread, eggs, and probably milk.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. 4 more. You could spin the wheel, Blake. Ruby Plazway. Ruby, are you here? Oh, I'll bring it to you, okay, Ruby? Congratulations. Okay, let's keep going. Thank you, Julian. Julian's gonna run it to you. Ruby, the winner is Lena Williams. Are you still here, Lena? Lena, sada sinde. I know I'm ignoring the wave. Lena, you wanna put your hand up again for Jules? There, yeah. Awesome. 2 left. $100 to wholesale. Let's spin it. Grace West. Grace, are you still here? Where are you, Grace? Jump up and down. You won $100? Just kidding, Grace. Congratulations, Grace. Okay, last one. Okay, last $100. Gift certificate. Spin the wheel. Just for this draw. We'll have more later today. Winner is Hazel Williams. Hazel, are you still here? Hazel, tera sinde. No, jump up and down, Hazel. Awesome. Good job. Graduate, thank you, Blake. We'll do more draws here in a bit. I don't know if Tachet can hear me. Tachet, can you hear me now? Awesome. I was watching Wat dance around. Good job, Wat. Yeah, good job. I could see you sweating now, too. Good job, buddy. Next will be John West. You're gonna dance next, okay? Just kidding, John. Okay, we'll get right into it. I see Beatrice and them are getting ready. I feel that they're gonna do something over here in the corner. So I'll just pass it to you, Beatrice, for the education update. That will lead us right into break time, and then we'll have the early childhood education department update. Yeah. Ready? Yeah, you guys can go ahead. No, 3 minutes? Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I don't have jokes. I'm sorry. If I say Boston Bruins, is that a joke? I'm just kidding, Stan. It's anti-bullying day. You can't look at me that way. That's why I can tell jokes like that. Hello, Disney Herbert. That's why I'm wearing my Canucks medallion today, because I know you guys don't need to bug me today. I know it's anti-bullying day. Two minutes. Thanks for your patience, everybody. No questions allowed. Just kidding. I just wanted to explain, thank you for bringing that up, Lucy. I just wanted to explain that I know questions are important. I know, you guys need answers, but we also, it's important for everybody to hear all the updates that are happening from each of the departments. There's so much departments and updates that need to happen. For example, education this afternoon, and then early childhood education, and then employment and training. They're all, and then this morning we had Fort Babine, we had Tachet, Old Fort Donald's Landing. I think that's the first time. I've been doing this for a long time, and I think that's the first time I saw any community update, so that was awesome to see. So that is great, and I know it was important to hear those updates. Capital and infrastructure was really important, and housing is just as important. So I think all the departments and all the updates are so important. We want everybody to hear these very important updates. And I know there's lots. Every one of them are as important as the next one. So that's what Julian and I are really trying to get through, is to give you guys these updates and make sure you guys hear the updates. So I just wanted to explain that. I wanted to remind everybody about the parking issues outside and the smoking issue. Can you please not smoke in front of the door? Please. We have elders and youth and others here. And, you know, we need to look after this place. You know, we're the Lake Babine Nation, and we're the ones who are, you know, if they see a lot of cigarette butts on the ground, there's probably spaces for people to put their cigarette butts away. So please look after the area. Yeah, so, and the parking for daycare, please keep that open for the daycare only. Otherwise you will be towed. And once I get the thumbs up from Beatrice, I'll just pass it to them. Okay, I know you said 3 minutes, but I know Lake Babine time means 5 minutes. Okay? And I see some youth over there, so please bear with us. It's a secret. I don't even know what's going on. How exciting. Okay, yeah, here they go. We'll pass it to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Morris Williams Elementary School students. We have representatives from all 4 clans dancing here today. Give them a round. The future leaders of tomorrow. Awesome. Good job, Morris Williams School. Thank you to the drummers also. Did you want the mic, Beatrice?
educator, Jackie Williams, will be leading the students in a prayer. Messiah.
Nanesumi, Chan, Don Chan, Rusipindoni.
Messiah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, one more round of applause for the Morris William Elementary School students. And to all the teachers and support staff. I see Mr. Kluge still there. Right on. Good to see you, Mr. Kluge. He was my grade 7 teacher at Decker Lake. And he actually helped me get into university through upgrading all my classes online. So thanks for that, Mr. Kluge. I'm almost ready to graduate.
And then you stand to the students. Then you stand. Okay, well, just pass it on to Carrie and Beatrice.
Wow, give the Morris Williams another round of applause. That was an exciting entrance. I want to thank and give appreciation to our principal, our teachers, our support staff, our bus drivers. That was powerful to see all of our children come in. Thank you again and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Erin Alec and I'm the education portfolio holder. I would like to introduce our education director, Beatrice Michelle.
Happy Dio Messiah Jane Watapti. Happy Honest that guiding Jujuru Lachnan Habi Rapstik. Skak any a hand Niswadies of Nahbe Yedaftik. Any a hand Nah Zuhadayin. Any a hand Nahbe Adata. Lisa Skana Hapanuklan. Skak. Habi Habakasat. Hadi Blahni Suduk Yelao Qua du Rasni Say Beatrice Michelle Satni Galantan Habatasuste Lakjabu Habatagal Zat Sabatla Suzi Yechte Snake Gatot Stay Honest Jane Stay and Beverly Michelle Hayeshni La En Babasha Suzi Zikat Spade Tiffany and Leonard Michelle Enwe Basha Tuzi Bachan de Hayashni. Guiding Qua de Dasni Hanistat Jen Zilkazko Habayeta Itni any with Masai Habadigasni. Thank you for joining us to review the LBN education business, and Masai to Chief and Council for their continuous support throughout the year. Welcome everyone back to school and the new faces. Welcome back to all the LBN students from kindergarten to post-secondary. I wanted to wish the best of luck to Gina Lois, as she is on education leave. She is the elementary secondary coordinator, and Clarence Williams Jr., as he is the language digitizer for the education department, and Jaden West as well. She is also part of our digitization team. So we take care of the education from K-12 for students on reserve on our nominal roll within School District 91. Our department's scope and services. So we work hand in hand with employment and training, who are under the umbrella of PICNADA, and I want to take the time to acknowledge the Employment and Training Department, as they do assist in funds when needed. And I also want to acknowledge NDC for the work that they do with post-secondary and short-term courses and programs. So Lake Babine Education Department works with School District 91 and School District 54. I also sit on the Indigenous Education Council for School District 91 as chair, and on Indigenous Education Council of School District 54. The other hats that I wear is the First Nations Education Steering Committee as a board member, and the First Nations School Association. I'm also a board member, a regional rep, and on the executive board as a secretary. And I also sit on the Ayala board as a regional rep and a board member as well. All these boards are very important to the Indigenous education of our schools. I also want to acknowledge FINESC President Tyrone McNeil for all the work that they do with the provincial and federal government and the Canadian government. And also to Deborah Jeffrey. She is one of the strongest voices I have heard to date for the education field. We manage the FNSA schools within our band. That's the Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center, Guy's Cock, Wyoming Secondary, Morris Williams Elementary, and Fort Babine Elementary. We also manage all the post-secondary students sponsored under the post-secondary education program at approved institutes. I also want to take this time to thank the Morris Williams Elementary students for coming down to do this. That was amazing to see. Education should be celebrated, especially at events like this, because I really wanted to showcase our students at the AGA level. So I want to thank the drummers, Ambassador Wilf Plasway Jr., Zakazet Marianne West, Denise Jason Charlie, Skyzet Antoinette Charlie, Miss Cha. So we are scheduled to do the scholarships, but the PICNADA staff are not here yet from Prince George. Last I heard, they were still driving. Oh, come on down, please. I'm gonna put you in the hot seat for 10 minutes. And I would also like to call up Chief Will Battle.
Is that enough chairs?
Yep.
So there is going to be a series of scholarships given out today. I want to thank Lake Babine Nation Chief and Council for the Donna McIntyre Memorial Scholarship and the Fiona West Memorial Scholarship, and Pignata for matching the Fiona West Memorial Scholarship, and the A-Mark Mining Company for their scholarships.
Is Mary Love still here? Mary Love, please send you. And maybe Lena Wingo in Honey. The scholarship, I never at the destiny. I counsel ayin le kani jalkha nisana wa sacho de la wani the nizni LBN Donna McIntyre in sa kay plastic bayit kay talok talok ay bitan sa iringli it Williamsly it is means and G and Sakan Zoo kay talok where but as a sense so na pay iringli. Then I was a bit Jane Anu Lake Babine Donna Sana so be Nisana Pajabaranese news. It a scholarship. It a thing there. It she and the guys see on the hair and Zakha Pakasa. Lailran Zakha, Jane outside no chat there. Fiona West. Anyway, Willie was a Jane Band, maybe my friends. I saying John Babine, the guy at state. And they said, was the and near that side, they were Jane Band, Sarn up here. So I was a bit Nissan Boozy Taxor short, was I ran any news. It with this. By scholarship, it's in there, there's no need. But that's I will say not really. So not be on in the bit. See, Maadi. I, Jane, I only. I left chutney. Honestly. I wait, I not the destiny one. for those who didn't understand what I said in our language. The 2 scholarships that I will do, there's another one, but the 2 that I know the council has put in place on behalf of 2 of our very valuable members that passed away. The first one was when Donna McIntyre passed away. Our fish, the salmon especially, was her dream. She always talked about our salmon. Wherever we went together, meeting with the government officials, with other officials, her mind was there to have the salmon for future generations to come and to protect the salmon. So, as council, we wanted to give her a legacy after she passed away, to put a scholarship in her name so that it will be for future generations that our members will keep in track of what she has done for us. The other one is Fiona. She was a very wonderful, kind lady. She worked for the nation many years, and she passed on. And I approached first his brother, John. I said, John, we want to find a way to keep Fiona's name up in the nation. Would you talk to your brothers and sisters to see if it's okay with them? I got a resounding yes from the family. It's those 2 awards that we will be giving out. There's a couple others, but I just wanted to focus on the ones that the council has put in place. It's important that we do this so that we can uplift our membership and keep it in mind that there are people in our nation that not only just work for the nation, but they do it with a great cause. So with that, I just want to give that expression of just a preview of these awards. As I see that there's 2 awards under the name of Fiona, which makes me very happy. One from Lake Babine and the other one with Pygmada. So, without further ado, there you are. Who do you-
Yeah.
Donna will be there you go. honey. I've asked Mary Lowe to come up and hand the scholarship for Donna. Mary is a relative auntie of Donna. So it gives me great pleasure to get Mary Love to give the Donna McIntyre Award to Haley Krause. Is Haley here?
Silla? Silla? Oh.
Haley, I guess, is not here. Maybe the mother will come up. Stella. Lay there.
One more. Nice. Thank you.
On behalf of my daughter, she's in Thompson Rivers University, and she's taking a bachelor's degree in science. So on behalf of her, thank you very much, and warms my heart because Auntie Donna was so supportive of our family, and knowing that my daughter is being acknowledged is great. So thank you. Congratulations, Haley. She's watching online on the live feed.
And the other recipient for the Donna McIntyre Memorial Scholarship is Julian Brown.
Julian wants a hug, Mary Love. Yeah, right. Perfect, thank you.
I just want to say thank you. It means a lot to receive this. I am also doing my bachelor's in fish and wildlife biology, so it means a lot to get this. And I didn't know Donna super well, but I talked to her a few times when I was planning on switching into this. I used to be in political science, and then I realized I didn't want to be a politician, so I talked to Mr. Kluge, and he helped me upgrade all my math and science online. So I was literally logging in and doing biology 11 and chemistry 11 with all the kids online in different schools in the province, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm retiring from tree planting this year because I got a job working for the university. So I'm getting somewhere. So it means a lot. Huge thanks to the band and Beatrice and everybody. Yeah, thank you. Masai.
We're giving away a lot on behalf of Donna. So Maxwell Brown is not here, so we'll give it to him.
Yeah.
We'll give it to him in due time. The other recipient for the Donna McIntyre Memorial Award, Jordan Williams.
Who's Jordan? I only know him as Meat Meat.
Nice. Everyone together.
Harizio, besides the Donna McIntyre Award, Slaine, Tapionas that the Bachelor of Education, Tio Kani Bas Schools, the 24 of us has done it. The sled and the Kotskati, the university helps us the side Clarence Nick no international practicums is that this 3 weeks was the sled and thank you for coming. I'd like to thank the Donna McIntyre committee for awarding this prize to me. It's going to help me with this international practicum that I was accepted in. It's happening in June. So, besides y'all, hey, have a good day. The last recipient for the Donna McIntyre Award is Cindy West. She's not here, and we will give it to her in due time. This one?
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
Okay, there's 5 awards for Fiona West. The first recipient is Tatsea Bays. She's still at school, Peter? Is she still at school? You come up then.
Hi everyone. I just want to say thank you on behalf of Peseta. She's actually in school right now. She's doing her ECE with NVIT, and she just went back to Merit, so we just missed her. But thank you on her behalf.
The second person, Charith Lasser. May I recommend a course in public speaking? The third winner is Whitney Lappin.
Hello, I'd like to say thank you. I am deeply, deeply grateful and very honored for this scholarship, and I appreciate it. And just having that encouragement for my learning journey, it's amazing. It feels good. Thank you.
The fourth winner is Jacob Tom.
You?
Thank you to the nation and to the family for this. It means a lot to me. I started my education journey in ECE, and when I finished, I came back. Fiona was my first mentor, actually here in Little Angels. Most of my cohorts here is just loving it because I've been avoiding photos in all our classes, so now they're gonna bug me about it. Merci.
Incidentally, I was talking with his dad this morning. His dad is Sam Tom, and he's going back to school too, at age 60. And the last name I see on here is Nick Erickson.
We started with Fiona in our program. She taught my girls carrier and daycare, and then she joined the language program with us and started the journey in the teaching, and then realized how techy the world is, and I offered to help her all the time, and she just kind of giggled it off. So this one's for Fiona. She inspired me to keep going, and thank you to the nation and to the family.
Messiah Cho, Chief Will Vadum for presenting the late Donna McIntyre Memorial Scholarship and the late Fiona West Memorial Scholarship. And thank you to Lena Wingo and Mary Catherine Michelle. Messiah. So we're going to introduce the Pignata team. If they can come up and present the Fiona West Memorial Scholarship. And I want to thank Karen Hunt for donating to do this scholarship as well to match LB and Messiah Cha. Karen.
Howdy, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Carlin Haynes. I'm the team lead for the Pre-Employment Supports Program and the Youth Employment Strategy with Pignata. I'm a member of Estee Law First Nation, and congratulations to all the students, and I'll let my friends here introduce themselves. Thank you.
Howdy, my name is Rowan T.G. Zatorsky. I'm from Prince George, BC. I'm registered with Clyde 10A. I started at Pignata about a year ago at reception, and just this last October, I was able to move up. Now I work in the PES and ES department with Carlin Haynes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs and matriarchs. My name is Deborah Tate. I work in the First Nations Service Agreement Department with Winnie Nicole, and congratulations to all of the recipients of the awards.
Geraldine. I'm from LPN ENT department, and these are my funders. And I'll save myself for my report.
I have a little write-up on each of the recipients. Huddy, Lake Babine Nation and Pignata is pleased to acknowledge and support early learning child care professionals as they work to enhance their educational and career goals. Lake Babine Nation and Pignata will both issue 5 $1,000 education grants in memory of Fiona West to honor her life and her legacy of 28 years of dedicated service in the early learning childcare profession. The following individuals have displayed leadership characteristics or who are active in volunteering or active in community activities and can showcase their traditional practices or community or early learning childcare involvement. It is a privilege and great pleasure that we announce the beneficiaries of the 2025 Fiona West Education Grant. And the first 5 go to the following recipients. Carmen Williams is an active member of the community and participates in several focus groups. She is committed to supporting Indigenous communities by developing grassroots programs, recognizing that language revitalization and the preservation of cultural traditions are essential to healing and educating future generations. Carmen understands the importance of sustaining traditional practices, language, and cultural knowledge so they continue to thrive. May I get Carmen Williams up? Or somebody to, is there someone here to? She may be in class. Is there somebody here that we can? Geraldine will bring it to her. So the next one is Phoebe Dennis. Phoebe Dennis is passionate about working with young children and is dedicated to creating safe, engaging, and interactive learning environments. Having worked closely with Fiona West, Phoebe is committed to honoring and continuing her legacy by teaching in Indigenous language and culture to the next generation. She strives to ensure that children grow up connected to their identity, traditions, and community through meaningful, culturally grounded education. Is Phoebe Dennis in the building? Is Bonnie present? Phoebe's mother?
Darcy's here. Darcy's here. Yay!
On behalf of Phoebe, thank you. I'm gonna cry. Just kidding. She's gonna give me 10%. No, Phoebe's working in Prince George at the Native Friendship Center right now. I believe she's at the Carrier site, which is across Dairy Queen on 3rd Avenue, and I know that she can get off work. So, but on behalf of Phoebe, thank you.
So the third one is Clarence Williams. Clarence's background is technology, and he is interested in creating digital learning resources. He has a passion for the Nadutan language. Thank you for the correction. Clarence's goal is to create Indigenous language content that can be adapted to the different dialects. Clarence has completed his 3rd year study and served as a student representative for their cohort both formally and informally. Congratulations, Clarence, on your placement in Shanghai, China. Wishing you safe travels and blessed journey to spread your knowledge overseas.
Very nice. Great.
Aditseo, deeply honored to receive this today. We all know the legacy that our Auntie Fiona left behind, and she definitely showed us what a good teacher should be and the content we should have in our classrooms. And that's the type of educator that I'm planning to be, is to get our lessons in the classroom to make it accessible for everyone. And eventually I want to bridge the digital divide, because everyone deserves a chance to learn their own culture and their language. I would say,
Next is Megan Dominic. Megan Dominic's goal is to become an Indigenous educator working with early years and primary grade students within the community. She believes the early years are sacred times when children are most open to learning language, building connections, and forming a strong sense of identity. She is guided by the vision of children growing up surrounded by their language, culture, and identity, not only at home, but also in their classrooms, reinforced through strong community relationships. She is committed to working collaboratively with parents, caregivers, and teachers to create learning environments rooted in Indigenous knowledge and values. Deeply dedicated to community wellness, language revitalization, and the empowerment of young learners, Megan strives to uphold and continue the legacy of Fiona West through culturally grounded education. May I have Megan come up front?
Aditseo, I'm very grateful for the award, and it was very unexpected. It's been a really long journey, my educational journey, and I'm very grateful. It's really brought me closer to our language and culture, growing up off reserve, and Asaicha, Owete.
Okay, the last one is Josette Royer. Josette Royer is eager to continue progressing in her educational journey. She has a strong passion for supporting children who may not receive the same opportunities, to help them reach their full potential, and firmly believes that this is a vital program and an important career path that deserves greater recognition. May I have Josette come up front, please? May it? Shannon?
I'm Josette's auntie. She's in school right now.
All right.
Yeah. On behalf of Josette, I would like to accept this award for her. She's been asking me every day, who won, and she's gonna be so happy. Thank you, Ms. Aicha.
So just to end this, each and every recipient today makes us so proud. Please join me in congratulating them on this well-deserved recognition.
Ciao, Pignita. Job well done. So next on the agenda, sorry, Darcy, quit doing that, please. So next on the agenda is the A-Mark Scholarship, and I'd like to call up Chief Will Adam and Aaron Alec to do those. There are 5 recipients for the A-Mark.
Thank you very much. I too would like to congratulate all the recipients. I know that education is so important, and the 2 people that you got the awards with, from Donna McIntyre and Fiona West, their names will be etched in your education going down the road, so I'm really happy. You know, Clarence, your dad told me that you're going to China. It makes me proud. You know, I was at his wedding in Prince George, and just made me proud that when your dad said you're going to China to teach. That's awesome. You know, you're our role model in the nation beside you. Okay, back to this A-Mark stuff. A-Mark is a mining company that, you know, we do business with and are going to do business with, and they have decided to give some scholarships to our membership. So I'll get Aaron to announce the names of the recipients.
Sorry. Okay, thank you so much, Chief. So our first recipient for the A-Mark scholarship is Marissa Krause. Marissa Krause is studying history at UNBC, and she hopes to become a history teacher to become more Indigenous knowledge, land-based education, and local industry awareness. Your commitment to your studies and goal to empower youth deserves acknowledgement, Miss I. Marissa. So, do we have a family member? Priscilla?
Not sure if Marissa is online, but congratulations, Marissa. You totally deserve this, and thanks on behalf of Marissa. She's an amazing girl. Everybody knows her.
Ms. Aicho. Our second recipient for the A-Mark scholarship is Katrina Woodgate. We are delighted to congratulate you on this well-deserved achievement as you pursue your Bachelor of Social Work. Your commitment to helping others and supporting your community makes a positive impact on people's lives is admirable. We wish you every success in your studies and confident that your dedication will contribute towards meaningful partnerships. Masai Cho, Katrina. Our third recipient is Olivia Kenmatch. Pursuing a dream and career on a professional cook, camp cooks are one of the most important people on site in a mine setting. After a long day of work, great food lifts our spirits. We wish you all the best in your chosen path as a cook. We can't wait to hear about your progress and adventures. Someday we look forward to enjoying some of your cooking. Masai Olivia. Our next recipient for the A-Mark Scholarship is Miss Nicole McDonald. Nicole McDonald is pursuing her education to become an educator. Your talents and strengths and pride in language and culture is admirable. The ability to empower youth through education is a true gift. Her goals are to incorporate more language and culture in schools to raise strong, confident students to become our future leaders. Messiah Nicole.
Haritsu. I'm really grateful. I embarked on this journey with many of the fellow students that I'm in my cohort with at UBC. Aaron's one of them. It all started with learning language and culture and growing up off reserve. It was something that I didn't have access to and knowledge of. So this really changed my path. My son was one who really helped me to change my course. Watching him struggle in high school with depression and still graduating was a really great effort on all of us, and one that really made me decide to move into education. Misacho,
Our last and final recipient for the A-Mark Scholarship is Helene Bull. We are pleased to provide you with this assistance as you pursue your career in becoming an educator. Your pride in your ancestry and commitment to your language and culture really shines through. The ability to empower you through education is a true gift. Ms. Aicho Helene.
Oh my God, you guys are... I know, our classmates back there are making us laugh.
I have a peanut gallery. I put all my thoughts on paper last night because I just found out yesterday. And it was such a great honor. Most of us found out yesterday. Haritzia, Halim Bolsani, Lafdamasu Habatisa, Jotsehu Habatzagilzat, Snake Vanessa Patrick IFNI, Spape Craig Patrick, Senior IFNI. Good afternoon. I am truly honored to stand here as one of the successful candidates to receive a scholarship from A-Mark and Lake Babine Nation. This support is more than financial assistance. It is a vote of confidence, a reminder that our goals, our education, and our futures matter. For that, I raise my hands in gratitude. Every year, we speak about the importance of education. We encourage our young people to go to school, to enter training programs, to step into systems that were not built for us. But encouragement must be matched with action. When our members put themselves out there to learn, to work hard, and to navigate these systems, they should be acknowledged and uplifted. Recognition matters, support matters. When we build our people up instead of breaking them down, we create space for real success. Although I will not be working directly in the mining industry, my path is closely connected. I plan to become an educator, teaching and supporting future students who may choose to enter trades, including mining. My role will be to help prepare them not only with skills and knowledge, but with values. Because education is not just about employment, it is about responsibility. If our students are entering industries like mining, they must understand the importance of respecting the land. They must learn to live with the land, not simply on it. The land is not just a resource, it is a teacher, provider, and relative. When we approach education through that lens, we create tradespeople who carry both technical skill and cultural responsibility, and that balance is powerful. We need educated people within our systems, people who understand mainstream structures and our own community values. We need teachers, tradespeople, leaders, and knowledge holders who can walk in both worlds with confidence. Scholarships like this help that possible. Make that possible. They send a message that our community believes in investing in its own people. I accept this scholarship not just for myself, but for the students I will one day teach and the community that has shaped me. I am committed to using my education to uplift others, to remind them that they belong in these spaces, and to ensure that whenever they work, they carry respect for the land and who they are. I would also like to give a special shout out to my colleagues who have been striving alongside me in the Western academics. 24 students have committed themselves to earning their education degrees. That dedication, resilience, perseverance are something to celebrate. It is not easy to stay the course, especially with balancing family, community, and personal responsibilities. Their success represents hope, strength, and the growth of educated voices within our communities. Thank you to AMARC and Lake Babine Nation for believing in students like me. Your support is helping build up not just careers, but stronger, more grounded futures for our people. Alex.
Cho, Chief Will Adam for presenting. I'd also like to do a special thanks to the AMARC group, Diane Nicholson, CEO and President, Anna Dumont, and Richard Billingsley. They all reviewed the scholarship with applicants and helped choose the winners. So Masai Cho. So, this is the local education agreement between Lake Babine Nation and the Board of Education of School District 91. We have recently signed a 3-year agreement that has been ratified, and I'd like to acknowledge assistance from Shane Cootley, the education consultant, Jesse Fairley, School District 91 District Principal of Indigenous Education, and Anita McClinton, School District 91 Superintendent. This is our Bible that we work with School District 91. This talks about tuition. This talks about everything that School District 91 does for our children. We've had many meetings with Jesse and Shane Cootley and Anita McClinton about this. So it is a very good LEA, and I'd like to thank School District 91 for giving us that opportunity to negotiate Saichara, School District 91. I'd like to call up Gary to talk about the BCTA Transportation Agreement.
Howdy, Kaijin, Dietz Neets Wikets. My name is Gary Kluge. I'm the principal for Lake Babine Nation schools, all 4 schools. Tsakaze, Danize, Skaize, elders, parents, grandparents, special guests. It's an honor to be here to speak on the programs that surround the school and for which we support the nation. The 1-year renewal of the BC Tripartite Agreement of Transportation with School District 91 brings funding in and provides us with an opportunity to reach out. Lake Babine Nation schools are schools that are band operated. They're operated by Lake Babine Nation. We don't normally have any responsibility to take students from LBN to public schools. But because their buses can't come into the community, we've been working on this now the 3rd year to make sure that that can happen. That we reach out, that we go door to door for our children, and then we also pick up Lake Babine Nation students who go to WKE and who go to LDSS. Particularly important and critical in the winter when it's really, really cold. And students sometimes, their achievement and their attendance drops because of that. So we pick up students who go to those schools, not Decker Lake, it's a bit too far off, but we also provide that service because we have wheelchair ramp-based buses that we can provide that service to 2 students this year who go to WKE and who need that support, that door-to-door pickup and that transportation, and we don't have yet the facilities in our school to be able to teach them. So our goal to directly assist in reducing absenteeism, I think, is one that is being achieved for the nation in general as well as for our schools. We have a saying which is that our busing is our superpower. We go 3 or 4 times a day to pick up children, and as soon as we get a note or a text or a call from a parent, we go to pick up their children. It doesn't matter if it's at 9:30, 10:30, 12:30, 2:30. Any time in school with us is time that's valuable. Masaicho. I'm still here. 3 schools are currently completing the First Nations Schools Assessment process. This is a process that takes a full year, and we're required by ISC, I think, is that what it's called these days? I don't know. Indigenous Services Canada, to do this every 5 years. And so First Nations Schools Association has an amazing structure that's really supportive and really coaches us through this process. It takes us a full year, my apologies, to do this. We go through surveys from students, from governance, from teachers, staff, from parents. We put all that in the pot. We have some great meetings together and identify, of the 19 programs that we teach in our schools, science, social studies, math, art, music, and so on, where is everyone looking at for growth over the next 5 years? And so that has become a real huge amount of work this year. I'm just going to pull this paper out. I wish we had it up on the screen, but and doing 3 schools in 1 year is really daunting. It's a lot of work. This year we've had to forestall and delay the assessment process in Fort Babine. We just didn't quite have the staffing to do that. They had a bit of a hiccup at the beginning of the year. So Morris Williams this year, we are now in the process of writing those goals for the next 5 years. And the big ideas are school environment and climate. As you may know, our school is 6, 7 small buildings, all separated. They're all old, they're getting older by the minute. They take a tremendous amount of work to keep going. Our playground needs work. You know, everything needs a lot of human time and patience and activity to upkeep. So we're really wanting to work on that. We've also identified for Morris Williams Elementary the math program. We teach a lot of math. Our assessment data is showing in our school, like across Canada, and indeed right across the world, after COVID, the math achievement marks really plummeted. A lot of students disengaged, and so we're trying to find different ways of doing professional development with our staff to make sure that we're assessing that in a good way, that we know that children are learning the math in the way they should be. And science is another goal that we want to take in and really fold in. Science fairs, science process, and really supporting those students who really want to follow those pathways in life. And for Wyoming Secondary School, where I have the honor of teaching every day, our students resoundingly said they want to learn more about music. So we said, okay, it's music. Traditional music, making drums, drumming, singing, and doing everything that's related to that. It's also really hard for us sometimes to find time in a week or a month or a term semester to do PE with them, but that's a real goal for them. For example, this term we provided our adults in particular a membership to the fitness center downtown so that they could accrue that 100 hours for a course by going down there and doing that work. But we want to really focus on PE for our high school students. And working with special education and trying to really support students with the IEP process, individual education, and how to bring them from grade 8 or 9 or 10 all the way through graduation into post-secondary. You know how critical it is for our students to be able to graduate. Later I'll talk about attendance. That continues to be a big challenge for all our students, but is more particularly, I believe, a challenge for high school students. We've seen 40 or 50 high school student-aged students in Lake Babine Nation back off or drop out after COVID. And we have lost all that capacity going forward with great leaders. So that's becoming a big issue for us as well. Thank you, Bernard and Elijah. I think I've been given a new slide to carry on here. New school development. We've had a few meetings. This is one of the projects that would solve the other ones, which is all these classrooms in different spaces, the huge amount of energy it takes to even have a meeting. We had Sierra Abraham this morning, who takes the iPad around to do speech therapy, and the therapist is on the iPad, but she needs to drive from classroom to classroom to classroom, gather the students in that class, and do that. It takes 5 times more time to do that than any other school. So building a school will solve some of that. I think we have hit a hiccup again. We had Elijah Patrick, who was really fantastic at really kind of carving out some of the directions we needed to go with it, with this project. The feasibility study, which is required, the design planning and the site selection, those are big things that need to happen before a school can be built. We're looking at between 3 and more likely 7 or more years for that to happen, but we certainly really cheer on that process and thank Bernard and whoever jumps into Elijah's position for doing that.
Sai, Gary, Saladini. So now we're going to talk about the Nerudan language in the public schools. It has taken many years to get the IRPs approved by the government, and I want to thank the workers who have worked on this, and I want to acknowledge them. That's Monty Palmentier, Dr. Louise Lacerte, Jessie Fairley, and Leona Prince. So now we have the Nerudan Integrated Resource Package that's being implemented in our School District 91, which has been ratified by the BC Ministry of Education. So this is a huge win for Nerudan language, because this means now that Nerudan can be taught at School District 91 under their core budget. That means they are looking at Naduden like the French program, which is huge. Messiah, that is a major win for reconciliation at its finest. So Messiah Chow for that. And our Naduden language highlights. We have Bernadette Lassert teaching Naduden at LDSS, Messiah Bernie. We also have had a project with School District 91 creating the Naduden alphabet resource, and that is under the Livid Company. This was a project that we did with Jesse Fairley, and we had a Fluent Knowledge Holders group that was selected by School District 91. So I want to acknowledge Gordy Alec, Beverly Michelle, Betty Patrick, Mary Love, Leonard Adam, and Dorothy Williams. So Messiah Chow for them. They came and we had many meetings as well talking about the Naduden alphabet resource, and there is a recording that was done, and it is a School District 91 resource. It's an online resource. So we will be holding a community celebration for this online resource coming soon. I know this is the language department, but I hold Naduden. It's my passion. Language is my passion. So we do have one of the resources as the First Nations First Voices and Digitization Project. And there was many people I need to thank for this project. When I first started, I had Marilyn Heine working with us. Then we had Mr. Julian Brown working with us. And Gina Lois also did work on this project. And Jeffrey Dickinson from Prince George, he also worked with us on this project. And to date, we have Clarence Williams Jr. working on this project. It's an amazing project. We have a First Voices app, we have the First Voices website, and we have completed the digitization project with the UNBC archives, which we are working to access more grants to create resources for school purposes and for language purposes. I also wanted to mention the nominal roll and tuition. Currently, we have 87 students on the School District 91 nominal roll. A nominal roll, again, is students who live on reserve attending public school. I wanted to make that clear. That's where our funding is. And I really try my best to acknowledge urban members, but the people to talk to about this would be our federal government. Please talk to our federal government to have more funding so we can help more students. So currently, like I said, we have 87 students, and per FTE we get money from Indigenous Services Canada, and the tuition rate for this year is $20,202. That is how much LBN gets from Indigenous Services Canada to pay School District 91 for their services for our children. So that is why the LEA agreement is very important, so we can hold School District 91 accountable. So we can make sure that they are teaching our students and that our students are getting the regular dogwood when they graduate from LDSS. For the annual year-end awards under elementary secondary, we have given out 160 plus awards to children and youth. Again, these are, we acknowledge students on reserve and off reserve for the annual awards day. The gifts include t-shirts, gift cards, and special awards for honor roll and perfect attendance. We also have Chiefs Awards at the annual award assembly. And these are students that attend LESS, Babine Elementary Secondary, WKE, William Conkin Elementary, and Decker Lake Elementary. And these students are chosen by the teachers and principals. And I'd like to acknowledge the generous contributions from Burns Lake Save-On, LBN Employment and Training, LBN Forestry Unlimited, Chinook, Hampton Affiliates, and Lake Babine Chief and Council for their generous donations to help us supplement the annual year-end awards. Masaito. So we are celebrating the student success. These are special awards that I have mentioned. We also had Parent of the Year awards and post-secondary student milestone awards. And aside from the ceremony and dinner support, Councillor Aaron Out, Councillor Bessie West, and the Cook Award goes to Randy Cadden and Anna George. They made it possible to help cook for the awards, and I was quite impressed with what they had because Randy had, I told him to make spaghetti, Caesar salad, and bannock. So he went out and he got gluten-free spaghetti, spaghetti with vegetables, spaghetti with meat sauce, and plain spaghetti. So I want to give my hand up to Randy Kevin. He did an amazing job cooking for the awards. And Gary will talk about the work experience program.
I'm trying to get Barb up here. Yay! I have a list.
I had a list. Oh, you stole my list.
Thank you, Barb, for holding down the office every day. Our students were asking this morning what an accountant is, and I said, go talk to Barb. She'll tell you what that is. The summer work experience program this summer, fantastically run by Nick, and we really worked hard to make sure that it was practical for students. And we had also other ones that were, I think, managed by Dowie and in touch with Fort and Donald's. But the 7 students that we had here, I wanted to acknowledge them. Skylar Alec, Marissa Cross, who you'd heard about already, AJ Erickson, Zoe Gardner, Dalton West, Shistar Williams, and Lexi Erickson. I remember we're completely renovated Ted Williams, the inside of the building, and making sure that that was being done. And some of the students being just like so amazed by using impact drills and nail guns and just loving that construction, especially the young women. So it was really, really cool to see that happen. We also built a couple of gazebos, steel gazebos on our playground, which will hopefully turn into places to cook traditional foods with our students at recess and lunch. So that was, I think, a huge win for them and for us as well. A lot of skills being developed there on the site.
Thank you, Gary. So now we're going to jump into post-secondary, and I'd like to, first of all, congratulate all the grade 12 students who graduated in the class of 2025. So honorable mention, LDSS, Liam Abraham, Thelma Adam, Teseda Bays, Gavin Casimir, Warren Disher, Estella Dola, Leah Jack, Eileen Bolasert, Caden McDonald, Benjamin Williams, Douglas Williams, Babine Elementary Secondary School, Bess Michelle Charlie, Smithers Secondary School, Kevin Abraham and Nadine Watson. Also wanted to thank Smithers Secondary School for awarding Kevin Abraham a complete computer system because he is a special needs student and he creates YouTube videos. So the Smithers Music Society also made a donation to Kevin Abraham so he can continue making these videos on YouTube. So I want to really give them a shout out for helping Kevin Abraham inside Toronto. I'd also like to acknowledge the urban graduates, and these are people we do put out notices online to contact us if you're graduating from grade 12 or post-secondary. So we have Lighthouse Christian Academy in Alberta, Wyatt Hebert, Cedars Christian School, Prince George, Micah George, Haley Loye, D.P. Todd Secondary, Prince George, Ellie Abe, Braylon Clemens, Darnell Cooper, and Nevada Heine. We also have Ashley Tom. And from John Oliver Secondary in Vancouver, William Russell George. Victoria High School in Victoria, Tyler McDonald. So congratulations to all the LBN grade 12 class of 2025 students. Sorry if we missed anyone. Like I did mention, we do put a notice online for grade 12 graduates to contact us. And I'd also like to get Aaron up here to talk about the post-secondary graduates.
Thank you, Beatrice. I would like to congratulate all of our LBN post-secondary graduates. So from NVIT Vancouver, we have Haley Anderson in criminology, Thompson River University, Clarissa Goddard in the wastewater technology diploma, Jamie Hurd, wastewater technology diploma, the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, BC, Bernadette Lacerte in her Master's of Education in Indigenous Education, NVIT Merit, Francine Miller, Indigenous Human Services Diploma, Christina Skaplin, Indigenous Early Childhood Education, Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops, Sahara Tom, Bachelor of Physical Education and Coaching, NVIT Merit BC, Selena Williams, so Indigenous Early Childhood Education, CNC Prince George, Alina Sutherland, Tobin Practical Nursing Diploma, NVIT Merit, Katrina Woodgate, Indigenous Human Services Diploma. And also in our LBN leadership students with the Nicola Valley Institute of Technology, Kiara Alec, Tanya Brown, Jessica Peters, Mackenzie Dreger, Cecilia Godfrey, Olivia Weaver, Candice West, Shawneen Michelle, Carlene Williams, Philip Lacerte, William Finley, Crystal West, Marcel Plasway, Nadine Joseph, Roberta Johnson, Cindy West, Amanda Lawley, and Chrissy Gatlin. Yeah! Woo!
Besides Aaron, I'd also like to congratulate Braden Puglis. He has also received his Red Seal in electrician. So I'd also like to call upon Aaron so we could do a presentation to congratulate Bernie Lacerte for completing her master's degree in Indigenous Education.
Is Sheriff still here? We invite you up to, if Bernie is here. Is Bernie here?
What?
Congratulations, Bernie. So this was also mentioned that we do have a historical growth right this year, talking about the NITEP program that was mentioned. There are 24 students who are all OBN taking this program, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. These students took the language, the NetAgen certificate and diploma program before going into NITEP, and they are doing an amazing job. And I'd also like to mention that this is their final year. They're going to be finished in July, and they are going to be graduating this fall. And I can't wait for that day. I think of the NITEP students like my babies, and I wish them all the best. I keep reminding them that they are at the right place and at the right time. You are the future. You guys are going to be golden. The students are waiting for you, each and every one of you. You hold a special place in my heart. The NITEP program became, with our meetings with UBC, with Dr. Dustin Louis. We've had many meetings with them along with Dr. Louise Lessert. And we wanted a field center, and that's what we got. So dreams do come true. Aside. Due to time constraints, I'm moving along. Darcy and Julian are ready to pull the hook out. So I wanted to mention that there are 3 students from the NITEP program. They are headed to international placements, and I'm very happy to see that we made the front page of LD News. So the 3 students are Nick Erickson, Jordan Williams, and Clarence Williams Jr. I'm very proud of these 3. Nick and Jordan are going to New Zealand. Clarence is going to Japan. And I keep bugging Jordan. I said, Jordan, I'm going to arrange a marriage so you can get married in New Zealand. I'm bugging Jordan because he's single. He's our single bachelor going to New Zealand. And you know what he said? He said, okay. He agreed. So guess what? We're going to New Zealand for our wedding next year. But I do want to take this time also to thank the education department staff. Gary Kluge and Barb have done an amazing work. He's always ready to jump on the phone, and Barb is usually at my desk. Barb is Gary's right hand. Yes. And we always talk about budgets, we always talk about logistical things, and they do a great job. We do get funding from Indigenous Services Canada. We manage over $5 million, and that is spread out from nominal roll to our band schools with reciprocal tuition, and we take care of as much things as we can. But I also need to mention that Gary Kluge, myself, Tim Sheehan, Morgan Paulson, Susan Russell, and Barbara Patrick, we also access grants on our own from FINESC, from NRT, from First Peoples Cultural Council. And I was sitting over there this morning and I was thinking, I added up all the targeted funding amount, and we bring over 1.7 million in grants for education. And it's amazing to see, because like I said, we need to talk to the federal government to release more funds for us, because the cost of food is rising, the cost of living is rising, And like I mentioned before, children are our future. They are the future. And I want to really thank Gary for all his dedication to our band schools, Morris Williams Elementary, Fort Babine Elementary, and Guys Cop and TWMLC. And I also want to shout out to the elders who do help the Fort Babine Elementary School. Mary Love assists in teaching language to the students, and Martina West also helps in cultural teachings with Moose Hide and beading. So, and I also want to thank Erin Alec for all the work that she does in supporting us, and the rest of the council as well. They do support education initiatives, and I really want to commend them on their continuous support and make sure that we continue to lift up students. Like I said, these guys are the angels. They're the ones that are going to lead us in the future. And especially today, I'm really happy to see a lot of people wearing pink today. It's anti-bullying day. I've always mentioned that in the past, our elders, they worked together. They talked with each other. They stood beside each other. And if there was something wrong, they corrected it. They corrected business on the spot. And nobody talked back. Nobody said, that's not in my job description. That's not my business. They didn't say, they didn't argue with people. It was a really nice thing to see. I was very fortunate to see the grades that have passed on. There was Dennis Alec, Joseph Alec, Alec Joseph. These guys are in my family tree. The hall is named after Margaret Patrick. She was one of the first female chiefs for LBN. And I really look up to them. They have been great mentors, and I really thank them and commend them for all the work they have done, paving the road for us. They survived the Indian Act. They survived all that stuff so we could be here today. They did all that. If you look in the past, you'll see who was on the first chief and council. These are the people that talk to the government for us. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming today. Education holds a deep place in my heart, and again, I want to thank everyone for all the work that they have done for the education department. And I want to acknowledge that Gina Lewis and Clarence Williams, that they are in the NICA program, and they are coming back to the education department, right, Clarence? Martini. Thank you, everyone, for a great day, and closing comments from Gary and Barb and Erin.
Masai Beatrice, Masai Cho. Barb, you gonna join me? Come on up. I thank you again for the incredible support, Beatrice. Thank you, Erin, Chief and Council, for the continued support for our school, for the retention of staff, for the encouragement every year to continue on and to really raise up your children as high as we possibly can with the attendance and achievement that we do with them every day. So with that, I wanted to really say thank you to our staff. I really think of thinking of Barb and Patty today, thinking of Vanessa and AJ and their families, thinking of one of our EAs this morning who called in and said she'd just broken her finger before breakfast. Not work related, Beatrice. She went to the hospital and got it cast up and came right to work. She didn't want to miss any work. And I think that really speaks well to, how dedicated, committed, and passionate our staff are about working with our children every day. So again, Ms. Aicho, look forward to seeing you in the future, and again, talking to and looking out in the audience, looking at parents and grandparents, you're always welcome to drop by the school. I see a lot of former students. I see some current students, and I see a couple of skipping students as well. So we know where you are. Ms. Aicho, Tebi so in touch for our dancers and drummers today, and I would say.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening in to this wonderful presentation by the Education Department. As you can see in the presentation and the work that is being done at the Education Department, I hold our director and our schools and the support staff and our parents as well, and our guardians and grandparents that get our children to school. You know, we value education and we want to support all of our children to succeed. So I'm very proud of everyone in the Education Department, so thank you so much for listening. Ms. Aicho.
Awesome. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that we need to keep our schools safe. I'm referring to the Tumbler Ridge Elementary and the what those students faced, that we need more trauma and mental health awareness. That's why I was referring to keeping our students safe and keep them happy and keep them safely in school, and that we have more protective measures for our schools as well, and that my heart goes out to the Tumbler Ridge School and community. I'm sorry, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you, the Education Department. I also wanted to just give a shout out to our BESS teacher, Margie Alec, who's been teaching kids school language. And somebody said Margie is teaching those kids so well, they're starting to speak Nadadan language in Grand Isle. So good job, Margie. Awesome. So we'll take a break now. I see snack is on. Ron, almost, okay. 2 minutes, okay, we'll do a draw. Pass it over to Julian.
Thank you, Darcy. And thank you to the education staff, everybody. Thanks again for the award. Congratulations to all the other award winners, to all the students who are out there killing it, grinding, one mental breakdown at a time. Congratulations on the people going abroad. That's huge. Clarence going to China. That's awesome, man. Okay, so I've got William Finley here, who is fundraising for the elders. So we're going to do that draw right now for a prize of $287.50. But, oh wait, before we even do the drum roll, if I could ask Rita West to come up. We've got a donation here from the fundraiser for Alec West Jr. and his family. And we're thinking of opening it up to the floor to add on to this donation. So the elders draw is going to donate the first $100, and that's for AJ and his family right now while they're in hospital. If anybody wants to add to this, feel free. And next up, we need a drum roll, please. Okay. The winner is Bonnie Dennis.
So I have to give her this envelope, so I'll take it.
Okay.
That's your rule. That's my rule. Huh?
Do we have, We got also Carriers Academy with some more draws here, so we'll bring them up. $287.50 going to Bonnie Dennis, and $100 going to AJ and family. Please feel free to stop and see Rita or Ron and contribute to the family while they're in hospital, while AJ's in hospital. It's really tough to be away from work and from school, so please support them. Right now we have Carriers County Community Development. It looks like a heated jacket.
Ooh, that's nice. Yeah.
Just don't get it wet. You might get electrocuted. Heat seal jacket. It's a sealskin jacket. Okay. Shannon Alec. Okay, second prize, we got some more Legos. In case you always wanted to own an RV, you can at least own a Lego RV. Yeah, you can pretend you're going camping. Alright. The winner of the Lego RV is Archie Alec.
Is Archie here?
And we got a $75 Subway gift card. Buy at least 3 or 4 footlongs. With extra meat. Bertha Tom!
Yay, Bertha! Are you here? Oh. Get out of the lineup, you want Subway.
Yeah, now you can
don't
get the
need
Subway.
this. You don't need this snack.
Okay, thank you to Carriers Academy. Next up we got HR with a bag of goodies. I see a water bottle and a first aid kit. The winner is Susie Tress. Susie Tress, come on down. Get yourself a water bottle and a first aid kit. Okay, now we have a jurisdiction up here. Ooh, look at this. Got a nice embroidered Canuck sweater up for grabs. And a Book Nook craft. They're one prize? Okay.
I know everybody wants to win the Canuck sweater.
We got an Oilers fan up here.
Ooh.
Okay, and the winner of the Canucks sweater and arts and crafts thing, Alex Curry.
Oh, I don't see him.
See a Canucks fan?
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Alex Curry going once. Alex Curry going twice. I don't see him. Redraw.
Okay, I've been directed to redraw. The new winner of the Canucks sweater, Ruby Plasway.
Yay, Ruby! We'll bring it to, are you about to bring it to her? That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, we got one more prize here. Child safety. We got a nice, oh, look at this. We got a Yeti French press. Can be doing some glamping out in the woods with that. And a nice Yeti tote bag.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want to win this one.
Yeti.
All right. The winner of the Yeti, Virginia P. Charlie.
Hooray!
Virginia in the building.
Virginia, are you here?
I won't repeat that, but apparently she's here. Okay.
Going once. Just kidding. We'll wait maybe 2 minutes, is that okay? Cool.
All right, do we have any more from? We got a couple more here.
That one's for the wheel.
This one's for the wheel. The Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so we got first up a $100 gift card from LBN. All right, DJ, spin that ish. $100. William Finley.
Kosi Sheena.
Sir William. Okay, congratulations.
Can we get Aaron and Katie up here, please? Katie Blackwell.
Okay, the next prize. Ooh, what do we have here? We have a one-night stay at the Coast Inn of the North in Prince George. You can go down for a big bingo and you have a room. Okay, well, let's spin that wheel and see who's going to be staying at the Coast Inn of the North. Will Flasway, congratulations. You got a one-night stay to the Coast Inn of the North in Prince George.
Go see Sheena.
Yep, Sheena's got your prize. Next prize is an LBN Fisheries t-shirt and hat bundle donated by the Fisheries. All right, let's spin that wheel. All right, who's winning the Barry McDonald? You won yourself a new Fisheries t-shirt and hat.
Congratulations. Go see Sheena.
Yeah, you go see Sheena. You can wear it during fish camp this year. All right, we got one more prize before we don't. And it's $100 donated by Lake Babine Nation. Your nation, your station. All right, let's spin that wheel and see who's gonna win this $100. Henry Michelle. All right, Henry, you can stay there. Sheena can come bring it to you. You just want $100.
Awesome sauce. Good. We'll get started right away. I see it's 3 o'clock. Do we have anything else? We're still waiting for that other winner, right? If they're not back, we'll redraw. Who was it?
Okay. Oh, there she is. Just in time. I was just about to claim it.
Thank you to the Carriers Academy Family Services and their different departments for donating lots of good prizes. Awesome sauce. Thank you again. We'll get started right away with early childhood, or what do we call it again? It's been so long. Early years, yeah. It's funny because I used to work in early years and I forget. It's been so long now. So without further ado, I'm gonna pass it over to Aaron Alec right away. And Aaron will introduce Katie, and Katie can introduce the rest of the team. Here's the early childhood. Masai.
Howdy, welcome back. Erin Alec again. This is my other portfolio that I hold, is early childhood education. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our director, Catherine Blackwell.
also known as Katie Blackwell. Hadi, Tsai, Katie Blackwell Satni, Snake, Deborah Lambert, Ayashni, Babe David Hall, Ayashni. Hello, welcome. I'm so excited to be standing here today, even though I'm making a lot of noise, which if anyone knows me, that's not unusual for me. I am the ECE Director for Lake Babine Nation. I have been in this position for 3 years, and I'm really excited to be here to show and highlight all the beautiful things we're doing with all of the children in all communities on territory for children 0 to 6. So, as you can see, this is our team. In the last 3 years, we have grown to a team of 21, including myself. We have teams in Tatchet, in Witat, in Wyoming, at the Aboriginal Head Start, and then also a new outreach space that we opened 2 years ago here in Burns Lake. This picture was just taken recently at the BC Aboriginal Childcare Society Conference. Our entire team goes every single year. It's really important for us to go to connect with other Indigenous educators, to fuel our fire, to come back and do bigger and better things for our children age 0 to 6. I know that she's been spoken about, a beautiful honor. I've had the ability and the honor to work with Fiona West for almost 20 years on and off in a lot of different capacities. Before her passing, she would have been celebrating her 28 years of service with working with children 0 to 6 as an early childhood educator. A lot of what you're going to be seeing today, the growth that we have had in the last 3 years, has really been a vision that Fiona had shared with both Shauna Alec, who was the previous ECE director, and myself, and just going along with her vision of wanting language and culture at the heart of the learnings for our children, our 0 to 6 children. We're just so blessed to have her influence, her teachings, and everything that she brought to our team. We miss her every single day. These are her family. Her family biologically, her brothers, her sisters, and her relations, who were all at the heart of everything that she does. And then also including the children that she serviced and the multiple people that came and went as she remained a constant in early childhood education here in Burns Lake. So you're gonna see lots of familiar faces over the years. Some have come and gone onto other things, but again, she was that constant for us. And I just wanted to highlight all of the beautiful things that she brought to what we have today. Masaicho Fiona. The first center we're going to be looking at is the Wyoming Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve. We are funded by First Nations Health Authority to be able to provide free childcare to children 0 to 6 here in Wyoming. We have 32 licensed seats, licensed by the province of British Columbia. And our programming includes the 6 components that are at the heart of First Nations Health Authority. They are culture, language, education, health promotion, nutrition, social support, and parent-family involvement. Our goal is to encourage and support learning experiences both in the center and on the land. More information about First Nations Head Start available at https://www.fnha.ca. This picture that you see right here, this is our new supervisor, Candace Fisher. She just recently received her diploma in early childhood education through the Northern Lights College. She has worked out in Witat, doing outreach many years ago with me. She was the supervisor in Tatchet at that child care center, and when she completed her education, she joined the team here. She has just received the final parts of her training, and she is now the full Head Start supervisor at the location here in the community, here in Burns Lake, here on Wyoming territory. She sends her regrets. She's currently with some of our staff in Smithers at a First Nations Health Authority event, getting more information about funding opportunities and really digging into their land-based initiatives and connecting with other northern educators who are all in the same field as us and trying to do the best we can with what we have. So she does send her regrets. So this past year, our team that we're going to talk about in a little bit, called the Patriarch Program, got together and decided to put a float in for National Indigenous Peoples Day, and they came second. So here's some pictures of what they were doing. The Patriarch Program is something that Bruce will touch on, but it's a program that we've started to connect our men who support our 0 to 6 children back to the land. And they actually just decided they wanted to put this together. They did it all on their own, and we just celebrated that initiative and that want for them to be seen in this community as a program. So here you have them. We had people come from Tachet and Witat to help with this, this float. So there was a lot of pride that went into this, and we're just so proud of them ourselves. So I just wanted to highlight that. Every year when it's Indigenous Peoples Day, we do invite our families to come from remote locations, so Witat and Tachet, to come and participate so that we can showcase all the things we're doing as a whole, because there's no separation in LBN early years. We are all here together. We all want everyone to be seen and heard, and especially for our babies, to showcase their strengths. So this was something that came from Fiona. This is the Wyoming Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve land-based learning program. Fiona was a gatherer. She was a hereditary chief who had a lot of knowledge, and she knew a lot about the plants, and I'm going to take those off so I can see your faces. She knew a lot about the plants, the trees, the berries. She knew the seasons. She knew where to go. And her goal was always to get the children out to those areas, out to those ancestral territories that belong to you and your people. And so this is what we started. Every single day, the children of Wyoming Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve go out on the land for a minimum of 2 hours a day, exploring all of the things our beautiful territories have to offer. Keeping in mind, of course, that we can't go out to places such as Donald Landing. We can't go out to Babine Lake sometimes because of the winter road conditions. So in the winter, we do a lot of the work around here, around our communities. Our children have been to Tasinka, to Francois Lake. I just moved to Decker Lake recently. They've been utilizing our space out there to just learn about the trees, the seasons changing. Fiona felt that the way to learn was by doing, and we want to follow in that approach with everything. So that's what we've been doing, getting our children out onto the land. Often in child care centers, children never leave the four walls of their space. Maybe to go outside for an hour tops in their little playground. Our initiative is to create relationship with our children in the land, so that when they are older, they can be stewards of the land. They'll already know where their territories are. They'll already know about the plants and the animals that are on that space because they're already learning it today, every day. So that's just kind of a highlight of what we're trying to do. Here are some examples of some of the things we've been doing. I use a lot of pictures because you guys don't really want to hear me speak for a whole lot of time, right? But the pictures really show you the work that's being done and the learning that's happening. So our children here on the very bottom, right-hand corner, they're out at Francois Lake learning about the wind and the water and how the wind shifts the water from time to time, creating different waves. And we watch that learning take place. We also look at, the rocks that they're finding on the beach and learning how to skip those rocks into the water. Taking in those smells, looking at the sky, learning that it's Yedwini, it's cloudy outside. So all of that learning comes into play when they're just out throwing rocks in the water. It's boundless, the information and the learning that can come from that experience. The top corner over here, they're on a hay bale. I had a friend of mine who wanted to bring our children out to a farm, so we brought the children out to the farm and they did a big bale ride. We got to look at the cows and the horses and all the other animals. I'll be honest, they were really excited about some squirrels. There was a lot of squirrel talk. I was thinking of Derek McDonald, Salek, in those moments. But again, all of the things that are right there, just by sitting in that environment, they're able to just pull in so much information about where they are and who they are and where they come from. The bottom picture here that you're seeing is when we do our planting initiative. We partner up with as many people as possible in the community. So in this particular picture, we had partnered up with the Link, which is our food center where you can access free food from the food bank. And they gave us a little plot and had us come in and we started doing our own planting. I'll be honest, the kids just really wanted to run around in between all of these little plots that you see. But even if one child sits there, you can see I think there's 3 here. We have 20 children. 3 are interested. But the other children are still circulating around that environment. They're still getting all of those learnings and teachings, even though they're not fully participating, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to create a space where there's all kinds of variations of learning happening. It doesn't have to be solid to just one thing. It could be effortless and infinite, right? So yeah, you see, and then even trying to keep the kids out of the other plots and investigating what other places are planting. It's just a really great way to get them interested and learning about harvesting. This year, we actually have some funding and we will be creating our own boxes that are at their level on our play space so that we can grow our own food. And those children will be able to bring that food home once it's grown and share it with their families. From garden to table, that is our goal, right? We want them to be learning all of these things because it's invaluable. Here we are in the winter, and people think we're crazy, right? Bringing all these children out and just letting them go, but it's amazing what they do and what they can learn and what they come up with on their own. They're not to be protected little children. They have great minds. And here's some really great examples. So this here, the first top picture here, that's at Tusinket Lake. In the summer, we took them swimming there. We took them to the lake so that they could put their feet in the water and look around at the birds and kind of take in that space. Taking them back out when it's frozen is a totally different experience. And the fact that you could see through the ice was just mind-blowing because they know that they've been there. They put those feet in the water. They've seen it in such a different state. So here's science. Here's science and nature. Because now they can see, okay, when it gets really cold, we're going to have a lot of ice. We can maybe go on there and look through and look, you can see the rocks underneath because it's so clear. You can't get that in a classroom. The one over here where they're all on the top, we were supposed to be actually going for a walk, but the children just stopped in the snow and wanted to just roll around in the snow. Perfect. We stayed there the entire time and nixed the walk because they were so interested in making shapes in the snow on the lake that was good enough for us, right? So instead of pushing our children to learn this and do this and do this and do this, we follow their lead. They guide us in what they want to learn and what they want to see. And then down here, I don't think you can see it, but this is on Kager Lake. We walk Kager Lake all the time in the spring and the summer. But here it is, they're out on the lake again, running around, having a great time. That's what the children need. That's what our children need. All children need that. But that's what we want for Lake Babine Nation children. Ice fishing, oh gosh, everybody. So, just so everyone knows, in order to do all of this land-based learning that we do, we need to ensure that the children are safe when they're out in these extremely cold temperatures. We saw them not too long ago. I and my team went for funding through the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society, and we bought every single child who reached out, or that we reached out to, brand new snowsuits that keep them protected up to minus 20 degrees Celsius. They also got brand new boots, mittens, hats, you name it. Anything that they would need to be warm and safe out on the land, they received, so that there's no barriers. There will be no reason why anyone would not want their children to participate in this, because those children are equipped for our northern temperatures. So here we are ice fishing. I'm the one in the front with the auger, right? I have no idea what I'm doing. Don't have a clue. I know what an auger is. I've seen it used before. Am I the right one to be doing that job? Nope. But I didn't tell those kids that, did I? I'm marching out there like I know exactly what I'm doing. I didn't. But did the kids know that? No. The kids taught me how to use that ice auger. They had been out ice fishing with their family on Co-op Lake the weekend before, and here they are, oh no, you're doing it wrong, Katie. You know, and I'm trying and I'm trying. And luckily Mike, who used to be a support to our program here in Wyoming, who's moved on to finish his schooling and moved on, he knew what to do. So he just let them kind of make fun of me for a little bit, you know, because I don't know what I'm doing. And he stepped in and we ended up getting some holes in the ice. We do accommodations. This is our really amazing friend, Ethan. Ethan is mostly immobile and requires specialized equipment. Does he stay back at our center and not get to participate? Absolutely not. We make accommodations and modifications for our children to make sure that every child that joins our group is included, is valued. So that's why I chose that picture, because a lot of times we don't see pictures like this. But this is why we do what we do, right here. All right, so that was Wyoming in a nutshell. There's so many more things that we're doing. You have time constraints, so you just can't get into it all the time. And I'm so passionate, I will continue to talk about it, right? But let's talk about our outlying communities. Our outlying communities may not have as many children attending, but those children are just as much valued as our children here in Wyoming, as is Wichita. So even though our numbers are not astronomical, we're not seeing, children in the 20s, we are seeing one child. That's, to me, making a difference. That's one child. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. So our funding that we get for all of our programs is different. That sometimes is a bit confusing. So for, like I said, Wyoming, we receive First Nations Health Authority funding. For our outlying communities, we receive funding from MCFD through the Aboriginal Service Innovations Program. And so that program has been supporting the outlying communities of Lake Babine Nation since 2014, since Shauna Alec, my predecessor, started all these programs from the ground up. Please keep in mind that we wouldn't have anything that we have today without Shauna Alec advocating for children. I'm just taking the reins and going on from her where she left off, because her and I had a vision and we wanted to see that through. And when we work together for things like this, beautiful things happen. So both centers in Tatchet and Witat facilitate for children 0 to 6. We do our best to support each community based on the needs of that community. So if you are going out to Tatchet, it's going to look very, very different than what we have in Wyoming. And if you go to Witat, same thing. It's going to look very, very different, because the community needs to guide what we're doing. These are children from those communities. That community needs to have an impact in that decision making. Water break. The Tatchet Center. So, when I first started coming on to support Lake Babine Nation early years programs, I worked with Carrier Sakani, that's scary, with Carrier Sakani, and I provided outreach for Tatchet and Witat. And so when I started out there, we were out in Tatchet 2 days a week, and then we would go out to Witat and we would do 1 day a week or 2 days, depending on how that was going to work out for our schedule. I'm so blessed and so happy to report that our Tachet Center is now open and operating 4.5 days a week. So we have gone from 1 to 2 days to almost full time. And the only reason we don't have a full 5 days is because the school shuts down, and that's the opportunity for my team to go and do shopping and planning for the week that comes next. I'm also extremely happy to report that we have hired 2 individuals from Tachet. So we have Savannah Power and we have Michelle Charlie. They are both enrolled in the Indigenous ECE program, which I will talk about shortly. They live in that community, they know the children, and they are facilitating that space for us on our behalf, and they are doing an amazing job. So Masai Cho to them if they happen to be watching. Here are some pictures of the things that they're doing in Tachet. Again, it's gonna look a little different. They have access to the water right within the Tachet village. So in the summer, they spend a lot of time down there. We've got different specialized swings. We have docks that they were playing on. We have our babies, and this is a multi-age program. So it's gonna look a little bit different. But we can have up to 4 children daily. Do we see all 4 children? No. But is it open and available for those children if they decide that they want to come? Absolutely. We provide snack and lunch, a cooked lunch, and anything else that the families are needing. We are willing to help and support. Because of the food security issue that someone was chatting about earlier, we're seeing that with our families. We provide gift cards or we bring in food for our families as part of our initiative to support nutrition. The Witat Child Care Center, near and dear to my heart. I've been out there for 6 years, living in the community part-time, very, very close with Mary Love, who is our knowledge holder, and just learning as much as I can from the community. And now, you'll see these pictures. So Mary Love and I did fish till the wee hours of the morning one night. Why? Because we wanted our children to have fish to eat all winter long. You see these 2 little beautifuls up here in the corner. When we first started seeing them, they were scared of the space. It was really overwhelming. They hadn't really spent a lot of time outside of their own home or outside of being with mom. So it took a really long time for us to build that connection and get things where they need to be for them. And now, as you can see, they're in it to win it. You know, before they wouldn't even touch anything that was wet. As you can see, that's not an issue anymore. So for going out to those families who are not receiving services from us that should or could be, because you're concerned that your child might not like that or might not feel comfortable, we do everything we can to make somebody feel comfortable. That is our goal. Because this doesn't happen unless we have trust, unless they trust us, that we're going to take care of them and we're going to set them up for success. This picture down here is our new Witat Child Care Center facilitator. Starting April 1st, she will be living out in the community. She's agreed to go out and run that center 5 days a week. So when you're looking 3 years ago that we only had a team that traveled from Burns Lake to go to Tachet, a team that traveled from Burns Lake to go to Witat, we now have facilitators in our community, in those communities, that provide long-term programming for the children who deserve it and the families who deserve it and need it. No child gets left behind. We hear that all the time. That is our goal. That is our goal. So we're really excited. And her name is Cameron. Just for the record, she has been out in the community now almost for the last year, as I've been getting her ready to change that over. As the ECE director, it's really hard for me to be away as often as I would like to be. So my goal is to make sure that the people walking behind me and towards our vision have the skills they need, and I'm training them myself. Here's some other really beautiful examples of things that we were doing out there. Outside time. Huge in that big, beautiful playground that we have at the Witat School. They're right in there. We set toys out, but they end up choosing what they want, right? This little picture of this little girl here, this is after we went wild rose petal picking. So we went onto the land with the children and we picked rose petals. We brought them back. I had a friend who walked me through the process. We boiled it down. We sent rose water home to our families, which is really great for your skin and anti-inflammatory, just in case anyone didn't know. And then guess what? We took that back to Wyoming and we did it here. Turns out my new property has a lot of wild rose petals. The kids were extremely busy and so engaged. The best part of it was that pride that they felt when they got to give their parent the end result, which is that spray bottle of rose water. They made that from scratch. They made that from start to finish. And this little person here was 4 years old. So if that doesn't show us what our children can do, I don't know what else to say, because we're taking their lead. We're following them. This is our Lake Babine Nation outreach team. Take a breath, ladies, you're good. They're on the shyer side, not so much like myself, but still do amazing work. That's an example that you don't need to have someone as loud and proud and energetic and chatty and all the other things I can be. You can have someone who brings something different to the table, someone who's a little bit quieter, a better listener maybe, right? Who's hearing things that I'm not hearing. It just offers up a lot of opportunity when you bring a whole bunch of different people together and everybody ends up balancing each other out in such a beautiful way. So this is Sheriff Lessert, and this is Delilah Lawley. One of the things that also started when I came on was we recognized that in Burns Lake we only have 32 seats. There's conversation to build a new building, there's all these things that are happening. But for the time being, knowing that those things take a really long time to plan and implement, we wanted to fit that need, we wanted to solve that problem. How do we do this? Well, we created an early years outreach center here in Wyoming to support the families that we aren't supporting through our Head Start. So, what does that look like? That meant we had to go find a space. So we did. We found a space at 343 Highway 16, located right beside the Elizabeth Fry Society. People know it as the old barber shop, I believe, and across from the Royal Bank. To us, this space was amazing. It has foot traffic, people are always walking. It's beside the Elizabeth Fry Society, where we could get extra services if we needed it. And that is how this vision went. It's open from 9 to 4 every day, Monday through Friday. And in the evenings, it is also host to our parent program for our Wyoming Aboriginal Head Start families. So because our families often miss those cultural pieces, those beautiful beading and drum making and stone stories and all those things, we want to make sure that our families who have children who are attending, who are working or going to school still get that same support and those same possibilities. So we also open up that center from 5 to 7 in the evenings for our families who want to participate in those activities as well. Again, no one gets left behind, right? Great news. Okay, so here's some fun stuff. I love the pictures part. So we have drum making on the corner. We have our babies interacting while all of this is happening. That's my favorite. When everyone brings the children and the children are watching their parents participate in these activities. Because what are the children getting? They're learning. They're already seeing it. It's already going to be part of who they are. We had some jam making. They made some kits to distribute out. So we distributed, what was it, 60 kits or something, was it? 71 Halloween kits to all of the children that we know of in the nation. Right? That goes a long way when we show up at the door, knock on the door, and give them, a glow stick for when they're trick-or-treating and a little bucket to carry their candy in. and a little arts and crafts activity that they can do with their children at home. That goes a long way when you're receiving that and you open up your door and it's like, wow, thank you for remembering me. Thank you for remembering my child. And then we also made bags. Our children are participating in a program called Swimming for Survival. And the families came and they created a bag. They sewed bags to put their children's swimming stuff in. These are some of the other programs and services we offer. And even though this is an outreach center for, or in Burns Lake for Wyoming, that does not exclude anybody from any other area of Lake Babine Nation. So if someone were coming into town and they needed something to do with their children and they needed support, they would let me know and I would connect them with someone. Because that's what we do. We don't just support one, we support all. So I've got to put my spectacles back on. My eyes are getting older, folks. So some of the things that you might want to reach out for support for, or maybe you know somebody who needs that. We have breastfeeding support and car seat safety. So if you're not feeling sure about how to install that car seat, give us a call. I'm trained. I'll come install your car seat. I'll make sure it's good to go. We have the Strong Spirits. This is a program for our younger LBN moms, 19 years and under. We know that we have some young moms. They need support and feel different in a lot of different ways to our older clients. So why not support them where they are? Why don't we create a group for them where they feel supported? The Having Fun program together, we have that going, Tuesdays and Thursday afternoons. Come and join us for snacks and coffee. Our door is always open. We do transportation to health appointments, to counseling, to the grocery store, to the bank. Where do your mamas need to go? We will take them. We do ask, though, that we arrange that ahead of time because there's so many people who need the access of transportation. That at least that way we can be a little bit more organized and accommodate the families who need that support. The Off the Rack program is something that we started. It's a program where we take in clothes donations. We have a whole space set up with clothes racks full of women's, children's clothes. If you're knowing somebody who's having a baby and doesn't have anything to start them out, let us know. Because we can put something together where your baby is coming home with a various amount of clothes. And when you're done, give them away. We don't need them back. We're always taking donations. I was talking to a grandpa today. I hope you don't mind me calling that out, but we were talking about moving into a new space and the things that they're going to need when they move into that new space. For example, baby gates. I said, do you have baby gates? Do you need a baby gate? Let me know. I will call people. We will find that out. We will get you what you need to make sure your baby is safe in that transition from one house to the other. Because that's what we're trying to do. This doesn't seem like education in the way that a lot of people think about it. But if we can't support people where their basic needs are, we can't support their food, we can't support their safety, then we can't even get to education. So this is how we support our families. We make sure that they are safe and secure and have trusting relationships. We also do some home visits. That's normally with our moms who are just coming home from the hospital. We know our public health has really declined in the ability to support our at-home moms after having a baby. New moms can feel so isolated. We don't want them to feel isolated. We want to support them. So if you know somebody who's having a baby who you might think needs that support, give us a call. Give us a call. It may not even be me. Give anyone a call because we're all here to do the same thing. And then we have our Mother's Love, and that is where we provide a safe and healthy space for all families. They come and have coffee. We normally do a catered luncheon just because sometimes people don't get to eat out that often. Let's splurge a little. Let's really support them. Oh, And the other thing I also wanted to say is that these shift from time to time, depending on the season, depending on the need. So we had a walking group. It went all spring and summer into the fall. Do our mamas want to be out there? -20 walking? Nope. So we switch it up. We hear our clients and we listen to them and we switch it up for them. So if you have suggestions on things that we could be doing that we may not be doing, please let me know. Because that's our goal here. It's not about what we want to do, it's about what is needed from the community. What do you want to see happen? This was this is currently our LBN Early Years Outreach Center. So you can see here, it's got a playroom all set up. So someone wants to come and do the off the rack and, kind of look for some new clothing, they can do that and their children can play. There's not a lot of places to go right now that you don't have to pay for your child to play. So we created a space for that. This is the upstairs building of that same space. So we have a baby area that you can see. We've created a space that has couches that's comfortable. So if we have nursing mothers, they're feeling comfortable and supported. We also have the tables that you can see because we need those if we're doing beading or crafts. And you can see this door. So this is what it did look like. I'm going to go back to that. As of 2 weeks ago, we have just secured a new early years outreach space that's going to be closer to Lake Babine. So the old medical building that used to have Dr. Grates and Dr. Norman, that building that's there, we have actually rented the bottom space, the bottom floor of that space. I always say it's LD counseling, but I think there was some physio or something in it. That whole space is being redone, and we will be going in and moving into that space. All of the programs that I was recently mentioning, so I'm just going to go back to that, all of this will still be happening there, on top of other things. So I'm infant massage trained. It's time for us to start doing infant massage with Lake Babine, right? I will have that space to do that. We have something in our community called Strong Start. It's at the WKE. There's also one on the south side. A lot of our members don't attend that program. I know that because I ran it for almost 8 years. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a space where families can come in. They may not be at the Head Start, but they'll still get a circle time. They'll still get a play time and they'll still get an art time. And I will be facilitating that whole thing. And then when we are all ready to go, others can jump in and start facilitating as well. But we will be setting the stage of what we think based on what we are hearing from the nation. Right? So that's one of the two big things that are going to be happening. So when I come here next year, I'm going to be boasting and bragging all about our new space that I love so much and all the great things that are happening in it because that's where we're headed. All right, so I'm going to take a break. I'm sure you're sick of hearing my voice anyway. And I'm going to invite Bruce Alec to come up to the mic. And he's going to talk about the Patriarch program. And I just want to point out that, again, this was something that came with the conversations with Fiona West. I cannot stress that enough. That a lot of the things that we are doing were based on conversations, input, her perspective, and now this will be her legacy. The things we're doing will be her legacy because she's the one that generated all of this for us. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of insight and then I'm going to invite Bruce up. The Patriarch program is available to anyone in any of the communities on territory. For any of the men, dad, uncle, brother, as long as you're over 19, to come on out, go with Bruce out onto the land and learn traditional processes. Men don't have a lot of outlets, but yet men carry a lot of weight on their shoulders, and our goal is to support the men who are holding up our families. So without further ado, I am going to hand it over to Bruce. Alec, Masai.
Put on the spot again. Sa Bruce Alex, dito ka na. Suzy Pakabi, Sinet Rosie Usan, sa Big Jabu, kan dito ka na pinag sa galangan ng Paglisip, Lakchapo, Patagang sa Sai Jane, honest that Jane, Kani, the last Jane workers sleep. Across 2 years, Jane, Kani, the last work. Sorry, I'm still in the stage where I'm still trying to come back. I had an honor of working with Fiona also along with my auntie. It took me a long time to decide if I wanted to work in the daycare system. But I kept getting nagged, so I gave in 1 year.
I was the nagger.
So now I'm here. It's been almost 2 years. And during those 2 years, I've been running the program with the fathers and guys that I really got to know. It took a long time for us to develop on how we could trust each other during this program. I enjoyed my time out there with the guys. I enjoyed my teaching, like what she said anybody could do. I've been doing this way before I started here. Along the way, I lost myself for some time. But in reality, things did get tough. But I had the guys there, especially my dad. The teaching that I do is basically simple stuff, what I've learned throughout the years from great people, great mentors. My grandpa, late Gordon Joseph, late Matthew, my uncle. I've learned a lot of stuff along the way, and that's what I'm teaching the guys here. They really enjoy the time out there when we're out there. Past couple of years while I've been doing it, we actually started with just using my truck, right? And then last year finally got a work truck to use, and then after that a boat. And I don't know whose idea about getting nets were, but we still ended up doing the work. Caught a whole bunch of branches and trees along the way. But it was fun. Like, I had never set a net in a long time, ever since my grandparents. And to be honest, I don't know what the hell I was doing out there when I was setting it. But we did it right then. in a way, I'm still trying to find my spirit back into it. I had to take time off because I sort of went in a direction that I got really depressed. That's why I'm afraid of big crowds. I'm afraid of speaking here, but I'm doing it now. I feel nervous. But I'm pretty sure I'll bounce back. I'm enjoying myself right now with a bunch of great people because they're just like family. They all care. I never seen a bunch of people that I work with really do care because I never seen it before in places I worked before. Usually I want to speak my own language, but I'm nervous. That's another thing that, along with my dad, we teach the guys our culture, our feedback system, and how things are supposed to be run. For me, just the teaching that I've learned and shows in the picture. Took me years to learn that along with a bunch of other people, a bunch of matriarchs, a bunch of men that I've known. Now I'm teaching. I'm so honored to be doing this job because out there in reality I'm at peace. I don't think about anything until I come back here. At first I wanted to quit. I wanted to leave it, but then it's just like running away, which I don't want. I'm having my fun right now teaching. Like we said, a bunch of market shops this year. I mean, we did not too bad. And I think our plan is to head out with the guys to send our furs away. The only fur company that I know of is in Cornell. I've taught the guys that Dave's Longman. I admire that man too because I only had to show him once. And he caught on fast. But along the way too, we accidentally did it from the outreach. And they didn't like the smell. I think it took them a day for them to air out the place. And I said, it's the only place we know where. Again?
Tell the story about Gigi going hunting. Gigi.
Oh, nah. So last year, as you see up here with my dad and Richard, we went hunting up Henny. We were coming down by, we went around to Truck Road. As we were approaching, I believe, 46, we were coming down a hill with my dad and Gigi. I looked down the road and I'm just in that shit. You know what? Somebody beat us here. You I go, I was walking down, and I thought somebody was walking down because it's all black. And then I took out the binoculars. I'm just like, holy fuck.
Your education, Bruce.
He goes, what? That's a bull. And he grabbed the binoculars. And I did a grunt, stop, turned to the side, and then started going down again. And then it's, oh shit. So I grabbed my gun. We're still sitting on top of the hill. It's probably about maybe 200 yards or something. Took a shot because I was using my .6. Once I shot, I thought I missed. Again, I swore again. And then we started driving down. And we noticed that we were coming close to where the bull was, came back out. But it wasn't running, it was like swaying. But it did go into a block, and Richard was on top of the truck. And I went down to look for it. And that was, by the way, that was Richard's first time hunting too.
Dress for dinner.
And so they were worried because it was pretty late when we were there. But as I went in, Richard was with binoculars on top of the truck. I was walking by, like I seen branches like swaying over. But as I was walking down, I walked by the bull, and Richard was just sitting there. He freaked out first too, because we've seen the profanity word too, like the swearing. As soon as I walked by the bull, I was wondering what he was saying. And then I turned around, I looked to my left, bull was just sitting there. I laid there, and he was freaked out because I only shot once. In reality, it was twice, but I missed the first one. But it was the reaction on his face when I shot the bull was amazing. Because somebody that never went hunting came hunting with me that night when I got that bull. And as everybody knows, most of the time I probably packed it out myself, but we got lazy, we forbade him, it was like a block where there was no road, and I didn't want them to pack, so I made my own road. And by the time we got down there, I think we finished pretty well. It was only me skinning, so they helped out quite a bit, but the look on their face really inspired me to keep going. I don't want to touch it. And then when we were preparing to meet, all of us got together in Delilah's place. The hoops part, I still never tried it. It's still in my favorite because I've seen it on TikTok. I wanted to try that, so I decided to copy. But when we got together that day, it felt like we were like family, even though most of the time we've been bossed around.
Okay, you're done.
enjoyed the time. Everybody had fun. I had fun. But in reality, like, I'm still willing to teach people. That was my passion way before I started with Katie. It was my own thing, it was my own time, and I still love doing what I'm doing as of today. I would say myself.
One of the things that Bruce did not mention is that it wasn't just us who got together to harvest this moose, it was also the families. The families came and participated, and then they were able to take some of the moose meat home with them. So they had some for the winter harvest. So look at all the beautiful things we can do when we work together. And then just some pictures of when they canned it as well. So like I mentioned earlier, we did fish harvest in all of the communities to ensure that Tachet, Wyoming, and Witat all had some fish. It was done in a lot of different ways, and the children were involved in every aspect. Again, going back to that, if they're not with us, then who are we teaching? So we want them to be included, we want them to smell it and touch it, and they don't want to, but we encourage it, right? They even had me in there. I was chucking fish. It was so fun. I know that we're getting short on time, so I just also wanted to highlight that our program through BC Aboriginal Child Care Society funding was able to purchase a traditional net for each of the communities. So each of those communities received a net last summer. A rollout was a little bit late, so I don't know if a lot of people know about that. But if you're coming as an urban member to your community, you would be able to access this. In Tachet, it goes through the admin building. It needs to be signed out during work hours, and then it needs to be hung and dried and returned within 48 hours of you signing it out. I believe the admin building for Witat is also the home base for their net. And then Donald's has theirs in a certain spot, and then we also have one that we have at our earlier center. So just trying to really highlight that that is available for people who want to traditionally net their fish. And that was our thanks to give back to all of the communities for just having us in their space and letting us be with their most precious resource, which is the children. And then there's Bruce, just showing you what's inside. So there is, as you can see on the inside of that container, there is a list of all the items that are inside that container that would need to be returned, after the 2 day of use. Yeah. So that is all that I have today to show everybody. Again, I just wanted to highlight that if you know somebody who we're not servicing that we could be servicing, please connect with us. Delilah and Sheriff have brought some outreach pamphlets. Please connect with them before you leave today. If that's something you'd like to pass on to somebody, if you want to send me an email, I'm under catherine.blackwell@lakebabine.com, and we're always willing to help. Awatse, masaicho. Any questions?
We don't have time for questions.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Great presentation on early childhood. I'm glad that Bruce is teaching some good language there with the S and the F word, so thank you there, Bruce. And Katie, Derek McDonald said you're a good kid.
Oh,
right? When you called them Salik, so thank you. I will ask Geraldine and Tennille to come up right away. We do have, please bear with us, we have the employment and training report, and then we'll have the end of the day recap. So thank you again to the Early Childhood Department. Our Abby. Lucille.
Cecile.
Cecile, oh my. Bruce Cecile. Bubbles, I know. That's the only one I got. It's like Bonnie and Bernadette and Martina and Mary, Cecile and Bubbles. Right on. Please bear with us. Oh no, they have the mic until 6 o'clock until dinner's ready, so I hope they could take their time. Yep. So we'll ask Erin Alec to come up, the portfolio holder, and she can introduce the rest of the team. So I'll pass it over to Erin.
Sorry. Miss Joe, thank you so much. Early years, that was awesome. This is my third and last portfolio that I hold is employment and training, and I would like to introduce our director, Geraldine Michelle. I'll let the other staff introduce themselves before I start the report. Yay.
Hi, I'm Tennille Michelle. I'm the Employment and Training and Blade Runner Coordinator.
Howdy, Southampton. Cecile Abraham, Galantan, Abedin Tulsa. Snake Cecile Abraham Melozali. Spape Herbert Abraham, Ayukni. Sierra Tani Glass Chai Natni. Zio Babusno Disney. Albertson.
I'll try to be short and sweet. Lake Babine Employment and Training is committed to supporting LBN community members in acquiring new skills and securing stable, long-term, and seasonal employment. By the end of June of this year, we complete our 7th year out of the 10-year ISETS Indigenous Skills and Employment Training Strategy Agreement with PICNADA. The part of the team was here earlier presenting with education. The Indigenous Skills and Employment Training ISETS program is designed to help Indigenous people improve their skills and to find employment. Service Canada engaged with PICNADA as one of the key Indigenous partners across Canada and continue to engage with 18 First Nations, including in the northern central interior, Lake Babine Nation being one of them. Lake Babine Nation Employment and Training provides employment-related services and programs to Lake Babine members living within the geographic service area on reserve, covering the surrounding communities, Waiani, Fort Babine, Old Fort, Hatchet, Pinkett Downs. We assist off reserve based on our budget, but first you must seek with your closest ISETS provider in urban areas. This could lead to cost-sharing opportunities. So the ongoing programs, services provided to LBN client members, the eligible requirements are you must be unemployed, on income assistance, EI recipient, or part-time precarious employment. One of the programs is the individual course program. Training example courses, OFA 1, OFA 3, basic security, trades programs such as carpentry, welding, millwright, heavy equipment operator, or class 1 drivers. The other service program is mobility, eligible clients receiving assistance for travel, meals, and accommodation, for drug and alcohol testing, interviews, assistance to work for the first 5 days for employment if needed. Work gear. Eligible clients can get assistance for work gear within the start of their first 2 weeks of employment. Specified work gear such as the safety work boots and safety work gear. A letter of employment is required with a complete intake. Targeted wage subsidy. This provides funding to eligible employees as an incentive to hire and provide work experience to eligible LBN members up to 20 weeks based on what I put in the budget at the beginning of fiscal. The maximum paid is the minimum wage. Minimum wage as of June 1st, 2025 is $17.85. So the employer can top up this wage. For example, the targeted wage subsidy, TWS employee, can be topped up to $6 above the minimum wage, and that would work out to $23.85, just as an example. And this only costs the employer the full top-up plus the mercs for 20 weeks of employment. For Blade Runners, I would like Tennille to talk about that because that's her program.
My name is Tennille Michelle, and I have been employed with Lake Babine Nation for the past year. I began as the Pinkett Lake Donald's Landing Coordinator and later transitioned into my position now, the Employment and Training Blade Runner Coordinator role. Prior to working with our band office, I was a participant in the Natik Dan Leadership Program and proudly graduated in 2024. Over the past years, I have learned so much and remain passionate about supporting our members in reaching their goals. The first Blade Runner program I coordinated was a great success, with participants gaining employment immediately after completion, seeing members of our nation succeed and move forward toward independence, whether that means gaining meaningful employment or transitioning off of social assistance, is a win for everyone. In addition to Blade Runner, I coordinated 3 successful training programs: basic security training, basic first aid, and advanced first aid, which each program provided valuable certificates and hands-on experience to help participants become job ready. This role has also allowed me to support other departments and collaborate on committees alongside our knowledge holders, hereditary chiefs, and community members. Each experience has been an opportunity to grow, learn, and contribute in any good way to our nation. I want to remind our members that it is never too late to begin your employment journey, whether that means obtaining the certificates required for your desired career or upgrading your resume. If you meet the program requirements, we are here to support you. As mentioned, urban members are encouraged to connect with their nearest ISETS providers such as WorkBC or local friendship centers, as there are many resources available. As we move forward, we ask for commitment and motivation from participants in all programs and training opportunities. We are here to help you, but we need you to help us help you. By staying committed from start to finish, I truly believe that each of us is capable of reaching achieving our goals. When we put our minds to it, nothing is impossible, and we always find a way. With that being said, my last Blade Runners program, all my participants gained employment after, and some of them are still working. Yay. And this is what I want to contribute to our nation, is to get our members off SA. That's the first step we need to do. And I'm having another one being set up soon, so if you know anyone that needs that motivation, that push, send them my way. Thank you.
Tennille's success is she completed the leadership program, and that's when we picked her up. And just an FYI, I was not included in the interview or hiring process. First Nation Youth Employment Initiative is another agreement with PICNATA. This initiative provides 21 weeks of employment and training for one team lead and 4 student workers between the ages of 15 to 30 who are on income assistance living on reserve. And we're going to pilot a project this year for this initiative. Pre-employment supports. The PES program funds are provided by the Indigenous Service Canada and is offered by PICNATA, which services income assistance recipients that reside on reserve. PES can assist in training programs such as healing or grief. PES can cover the following expenses, such as training space rental, participant attendance incentives, catering costs, childcare subsidy. As long as you're enrolled in one of the programs and you're on social assistance, you qualify for this fund. Currently, there's a job readiness at CNC that have a 6-week program going, and we recruited up to 9 clients to take that. And Trades Access in Prince George, we have 2 clients attending that. That's a 13-week program. And Matterhorn training, there was 1 successful client that completed that, and that's Keenan Pierre. So requirements for this program: a completed participation information form needs to be complete, proof of ancestry, and updated resume, letter of employment, and or a letter of acceptance for an ICP course. Cecile does this part of our department work. She does a lot of work for us behind the scenes. So past programs, we have a snapshot of the basic first aid, basic security, and advanced first aid. And the summer student program, Tennille coordinated the 3, and the communities that benefited out of this was Fort Babine, Patchet. I combined Waiene and Old Fort and Don's Landings membership, and 1 other First Nations took part and passed. Other cost share programs with Albia Natural Resource, BLNDC, PICNATA, and Yinka Dene Economic Development. And those were for the Guardian training, traffic control, trades access, and wildland fire training. Trades O'Brien's, there was few past credits available. Where that arose was I had a carryover from the COVID year, and I had to spend fast for that carryover back in 2024, I believe, and I purchased seats with O'Brien's, and I finally used up the last 2 seats this year. And College of New Caledonia, there's 2 students that I sponsored, one for heavy-duty mechanic, heavy-duty equipment technician apprentice. Dawson Lee completed level 4, and he's a descendant from Fort Babine. The other one is Tyson Tom, heavy-duty mechanical, 2nd year. he's completed in December. And a handyman fundamental that was sponsored by Pignata at the CNC Center. One candidate was Pearl Abraham. And a second year welding, Quentin Wesolowski. I believe that's World Spear's great-grandson. Other funded services, mobility for drug and alcohol testing, new employment and security license renewal. So we are in a process with our fourth quarter, which is from January to March. We have 4 quarters, and we just completed the third, and we're on our fourth. So there's a snapshot of 2025, 2026, and it shows the community expense for ICP training programs and the EMT mobility program and the work gear program on the diagram on the last page. That gives you a snapshot of what our expense looks like, except minus the last quarter, which is due March 31st. And Tennille explained the Blade Runners that will be operating as soon as next week, I hope. And looking back, in September 2025, AFN, Assembly of First Nations, ISET's Agreement Holder Recognition Legacy of Excellence Awards was held in Ottawa on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Anishinaabe Algonquin in Gatineau, Quebec. I received an award at that event, the Game Changer Gem Award, that is recognized across Canada, recognized for game changes in the field of workforce development, spearheading transformative practices that challenge traditional workforce practice and lead creative solutions in employment training, to be inspiring and empowering, to offer opportunities to gain skills in employment. And the application processes, a works employee or staff had to write about you, and my niece did that, and I was amazed that I was selected and won this award. And it was a good experience because I never do leave BC or hardly travel, so that was a great opportunity. This concludes ENT's update for this. It was supposed to be in the newsletter, but I saved this part, saved it for the AGU. Awite, Mr.
Geraldine said she would like to take 10 questions, please.
I set up a Sharpie to sign by my picture in the AGA booklet.
She'll be signing autographs over here in the corner, okay? Congratulations on your award. What an accomplishment. Yes. Give her a hand, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I know everybody's tired. I know everybody, it's been a full day again. It's great. Maybe we won't go into questions or answers. I want us to have time to stretch and do things before dinner comes. Dinner won't be here till 5-ish. Allah is near 5 o'clock. Some other great news. We've been having a great day with all the award winners in the education. Ron, West, Rita, and the whole West family want to thank everybody for their contribution helping AJ and his wife and kids that's in Prince George. AJ is feeling better, I heard, and AJ is doing well. So our prayers, our good thoughts have been helping him, Proud of that. And I know that because I know everybody prayed for me and my family yesterday. So I'm glad you guys we all prayed for AJ and the family. Yes, thank you. So in saying that, we are gonna go ahead with the community talent night tonight. Please sign up with Petra, Sheena, or Roxanne. Rosa will be doing a solo act tonight, so please come. She'll be starting off at 7 o'clock. Thanks, Rosa. We are going to go ahead with the dance with Corduroy tomorrow night. Hold on. Oh, door prizes. Just kidding. I just want to give you guys an update of tomorrow. We do have breakfast here right at 8 o'clock. We will have the health report, and then we'll go straight into the social development report. The child and family report is there before lunch. After lunch is LBN child and family. And then we'll have a great presentation from the forestry, LBN forestry, LBN guests, Talog Fisheries, Burns Lake Native Development Corporation report, and then we'll close it off, and then we'll close off the business and the update section with a dance with Corduroy at 7 o'clock. I don't see dinner in plan for tomorrow night, so maybe there might be. And then we'll go into the resolutions. I hope you guys all know about the resolutions. I'll just give you guys a quick update on the resolutions. To go, please see Priscilla or Rosa. You should inform the resolution committee. Upon approval, resolutions will be presented. But you have to, the only thing I really want you guys to know is you have to be here for resolutions for it to be pushed. If it isn't, then it'll be tabled. Okay? One of the other updates people have been talking to both Julian and I, and Julian will reiterate the same thing I'm gonna say. We're gonna ask when the dinner comes out to have elders go first. But if you are helping an elder, please make sure you say you're helping an elder. Secondly, please dish out only one dish for yourself. They've been running out of food for the week because people have been dishing for 4 or 5 people. So we ask if you guys can just dish one for yourself and have your family come with you. And yeah, wait to dish for home stuff, right? Seconds. But make sure everybody has a chance to serve themselves, okay? So will you reiterate there too? I just got a text that there is dinner tomorrow. Thank you, Priscilla. And Rosa said she's doing a duet with somebody too. Looks like it says Frank Abel, is that his name? They're doing a duet? Sweet. 7 o'clock, Rosa and Frank. Here we go. Good. Great job today, everybody. Great job. Yes, dish yourself some more snacks because they're going to put those away. Sheena, are you still here?
Rosa's going to be doing Tina Turner impersonation.
Tina Turner. Annette said Rosa's going to do a Tina Turner impersonation. Sweet. Good. Are we doing any more door prizes before everybody? That's what I was going to ask Sheena. Maybe I will wait for Sheena. I will pass the mic over to Julian for his closing comments.
Thank you, Darcy. Well, I don't really have a whole lot to say because I feel like Darcy touched on everything. Other than thank you to all of the different presenters today from all the different communities this morning. We appreciate everybody's patience with us getting through that and getting us back on track. Thank you to the capital and infrastructure report, housing report, education, thanks again to the Morris William Education or Elementary School for coming down and singing and dancing. Congratulations to all of the recipients of the scholarship funds, and thank you again for the committee selecting me as one of the winners. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to shout out all of the communities watching online. We got Tatchet, we got Fort Babine, actually Prince George, everybody watching online. I see that Fort Babine and Tatchet are all hanging out on the Zoom there. Actually, there's a funny story that just came to mind. Speaking of Fort Babine, I know John West was on there earlier. I was doing archaeology out in Fort Babine about 10 years ago, and I was sitting down on the water waiting for the boat to come pick me up, and John pulls up in the water truck and gets out and starts talking to me, and he's asking me, "Oh yeah, what are you guys doing over there?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, we're doing some archaeology work." And he asks me, "Are you a biologist?" I said, "No." He's like, "Are you an archaeologist?" I said, "No, I'm just a worker." He's like, "Oh, so you're a buggerologist?" But John, I'm happy to tell you that I'm almost a biologist, so we've come full circle. But yeah, that's all I really had to say, other than there's more meat and cheese and crackers over there, and there's some to-go containers, so definitely go hog wild on that. Archie said just finish it up. And we've got dinner coming in about half an hour. And yeah, the community talent night tonight. Looking forward to Rosa's duet. But other than that, I think that's all I got for y'all. So thanks for another day. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tonight.
Or I heard Chief was coming to do talent too. Yeah. I know, I think Evelyn left, but I forgot to mention that Evelyn Williams was challenging you to the tomorrow. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. The carrier talking, 1 minute carrier talking tomorrow. Good?
All right. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, just wait around, kind of.
Oh, and also, Rita said thank you very much to everybody who helped out. The family really appreciates the support. Means a lot to them. They appreciate all the thoughts, the prayers, the donations. Just a huge thanks from the West family. Yeah. All right. We'll see you all at the town night.
Yeah, just hang out until the dinner's out, and then somebody will start organizing. Awesome. We can do laps maybe.
Run lines. Yeah, right.